Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic Thursday so far. Hopefully you're all doing good. Let's see what we have here in the chat today. A lot of people in the chat yet again. Glad to see you all in here once again. Hello, Proxy. Welcome to the stream. Kevin Joyce, Cody, Caleb, Catman, Pez, Severe Weather Alert, Lincoln. We also have, let me go down a little bit further here, Caden. Let's see, Indiana, Jefferson, Random Guy, let's see, Dude Plays, Twisted. Glad to see everybody in the chat, everyone who I may have forgotten to welcome, or if you're not chatting, just watching, glad to have you here, Bentley as well. And let's go ahead and dive right on into it. Switch over to our main scene. We are looking decent enough. It looks good enough. It looks good enough to me. So we're going to be talking about our severe weather risks over the next few days. We're also going to be covering some of today's risk. I don't know how long we will be covering today, but we will be covering at least a minimum of 2 hours. So get yourself a bottle of water, maybe a snack, or depending on it, when you eat dinner, go get yourself dinner. As we're going to be watching these storms unfold for quite a hot minute. Thankfully, not a very long duration event. But this is going to be severe weather is possible for about the next 6 to 8 hours or so. So it is definitely a long time. But some of our weather events, like tomorrow, for instance, can last upwards of some 16 to 20 hours, and sometimes they never quit. So yeah, we're waiting on initiation for thunderstorms right now. There actually looks to be initiation right now across the panhandle of Texas. So that's just south of Amarillo, Texas, northeast of Lubbock, Texas, right at Silverton. So that storm is probably going to be mainly elevated. I'm really looking for, if we go ahead and turn on our tornado risk today, which was upgraded to a 10 significant tornado risk, we're really going to be looking for storms to fire in this area over the next hour, maybe hour and a half. But once we go beyond about 8:30 or so, 8:30, about 2.5 hours from now, storms are going to likely struggle to fire. So if storms aren't already ongoing by the time we get to 8 o'clock, which it looks like storms are starting up now, then this event won't be that bad of an event. So fingers crossed. The newest HRRR model run has downtrended considerably on convection, but we know how the HRRR is when it comes to simulated reflectivity. It is absolutely garbage, so we're not going to be trusting that by any means. And yeah, we'll just wait, see how things unfold today. Of course, I have my higher resolution GR2 here. I might need to get a second one open for one of these two radar sites, possibly. So let's go ahead and we're going to start with the most important things for severe weather. That is either day of severe weather or severe weather that is already ongoing. We're going to be looking at mesoanalysis. So you want to get rid of those model runs, get rid of that HRRR, get rid of that NAM3K, the GFS, the Euro, get rid of all that stuff. Look at your mesoanalysis. Now, it's not a horrible idea to look at the HRRR if you are going a few hours out, like say morning of, right? Looking at the HRRR morning of is not a horrible idea. But once storms get going and once you start seeing initiation, there's no point in looking at the HRRR because from there on out, the HRRR is going to just be absolutely horrible. All right, so here you can see exactly where our greatest tornado threat is. If you are a weather enthusiast, you can already spot where we're going to be watching for the greatest tornado threat. It's going to be right along this area in here, right along that that boundary from the just at the end of the panhandle of northern Texas and then into western Oklahoma. That is where we're going to be watching for our main severe storms to fire. Things that fire further west will be able to have an all hazards threat, but it just depends how quickly they move to the northeast. Once you get north of this boundary in here, north of that boundary in here, those are going to be elevated thunderstorms. So you're really looking for everything to fire to the south of that boundary, which of course we're not going to see much over here because there's little to no forcing. So if you are in this area of instability that I'm marking out, don't worry. Likely nothing more than some isolated rain showers. The main area to watch is going to be right in here for severe weather. That's going to be across mainly northern Texas, western Oklahoma. Let's take a look at our surface observations because yeah, there were some concerns about that, and those concerns have been warranted. Yikes. So you got 73, 64, 72, 60, and 79, 62. You are looking at 54, 72 here. You are looking at some killer elevated thunderstorms here. That's going to be pretty dang difficult to get a tornado threat out of. I'm not going to lie. The main area is definitely right in here. But once you get up into this area, that's all elevated. Because that's all like a 15 plus and even 20 plus temperature degree dew point spread there. And then once you get further to the south, your temperatures are too high down here. Like you've got, as you can see, 80 and 63. So further north, your temperatures are high and your dew points are low. Further to the south, your temperatures are very high and your dew points are okay. So it looks like your temperatures are raising a little bit too high here. And I'm assuming, and I don't even have to assume actually, that is because of our visible satellite imagery. We've had a lot of clearing across the northwest quadrant. Now we have had quite a bit of cloud cover throughout the day across this region, and that's probably what's going to help us with our overall tornado threat a little bit more, is right along that boundary. So that is why if you take a look at the SPC's tornado risk, this tornado risk is the greatest potential for tornadoes is over such a small region. There's not a lot of confidence in a large area seeing strong tornadoes today. Stupid spam. So if you are in that hatched area, you have a chance to see up to an EF2 tornado, but really we're going to be focusing in on right where that boundary is, right down in here. And another thing that is probably playing a role in not helping our tornado threat here is some of this morning afternoon convection that is decided to fire across our region. Now, I don't think it's doing anything too crazy, but you know, sometimes that can leave a little bit of a cool pull behind it, which means less instability. But it doesn't seem like these are doing anything too significant, but it is something to keep in mind that we have had afternoon convection through our open warm sector. But I don't think it's going to be too much of a factor for today. Lower level jet looking good, a strong 30 to 35 knots there. Your mid-level, you have some mid-level, which is really all you need. Yeah, you've got your shortwave right in here, your main positively tilted trough back out here in the four corners, and your shortwave there across a good chunk of the western plains. And then let's take a look at supercell composite, and you can see the hotspot right there. That is definitely our hotspot. And even back up into Oklahoma is not that bad at all. I just don't think we're going to see storms fire up here. I don't think storms will be able to fire and maintain up there. We do have a little cluster of storms in here, but I don't think they're going to be able to maintain intensity. And the biggest thing is lapse rates. Let's take a look at lower level lapse rates. Not bad. So again, if you get north of that main boundary, you're looking at a lack of lapse rates. And that's why these storms are going to struggle as they go to the northeast, because you don't have a lot of lower level instability and a lot of lower level heating, because those areas have been under a lot of cloud cover. Can't English. And then further to the west, you have very high lapse rates because you've had pretty much no cloud cover throughout the day. So you're going to have like a perfect balance of not too high of lapse rates, because if you go too far to the west, I'd have to imagine, yeah, you're going to run out of instability and you're going to run out of wind shear. But you also can't be too far to the north, because if you're too far to the north and northeast, you run out of lower level lapse rates. So that's why we have our main tornado risk in like a pretty small corridor across western, southwestern Oklahoma into the panhandle of Texas for today. Honestly, I think models are struggling with convection for tomorrow. Yeah, they typically do. I'll go over tomorrow's threat in a bit, but yeah, typically cam models do struggle considerably with dry line setups. Let's look at your mid-level lapse rates. And you can see your mid-levels are a lot better. So that's definitely going to be pointing towards a widespread hail threat for sure. Definitely looking at a widespread hail threat. If we take a look at your wind shear, you can see your wind shear is the best. Still really right across that area down in here is where all of our ingredients are overlapping. You do have higher shear further north, but again, you run out of your best lapse rates and you run out of your best temperature dew point spread. And you also run out of moisture up there too when you go too far north. So really, after looking at all this stuff just briefly, we'll look at surface to 3 as well. It's definitely painting a picture right in here. So I would probably be in like Childress, Texas right now. If I were chasing, I'd probably be in somewhere between Turkey, Matador, Paducah, Childress. Somewhere around there. I wouldn't be targeting this stuff, because this stuff's probably just going to be elevated garbage. And I definitely wouldn't be way up here, because that's just going to be low moisture slop. That stuff's just going to fall apart. You might get lucky to see some bolts. And then you do have this convection, which is rolling through, and that's decreasing your lapse rates a bit. So I would really target, for storms to really mature, I would be in here. And I'd say Childress is probably the best area to be, because if you take off that outlook, Childress does have a due south option, and you could go due east from there. It does have a northwest option, just in case nothing fires. And then, yeah, I mean, it really has 3 main exits. You would want to go northwest, east, or south. But Matador wouldn't be a bad area either. I wouldn't go any further west than like right in here. I wouldn't go further west than that. So hopefully mini chasers aren't too far west there, because they're going to be getting into that elevated slop. Take a sounding out in our main environment in our open warm sector here. We want to make sure we're right on that boundary, so let's actually pull it a little bit to the south. We want to make sure we're like on that most potent boundary, which is right there where my cursor is. We'll mix that. So we're going to go like right there. That is very, very nitpicked, but definitely a warm nose in the this 850 to 700 millibar. This could inhibit convection significantly. This could make today bust. That is really bad. If you are a storm chaser, that is not what you want to see. That is the last thing you want to see. That is a good warm nose and a good dry slot right in between the 850 millibar and the 700 millibar. That's bad. If we go back to the west, let's see back out here. That's bad. We go to the elevated slop. It's gone. So you're probably going to end up with more convection along that elevated area in here. But this isn't as good. That's not what you want to see as a chaser. That's not very strong on that one, but it's extremely noticeable. It's very, very noticeable. Interesting. It's your 100 millibar mix layer. And outside of that, I think everything else is going to look good. 150 plus 0 to 1. 300 on the nose, 0 to 3. Well over 1,000 cape that you need for thunderstorms. Almost 2,500 in the surface-based mix layers. Almost 2,000. D cape 610. Which that's not like a great amount of D cape, but it's not a horrible amount of D cape. I'd like to see 3 cape here, but it doesn't want to show us that. 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rate 7.3, which is pretty good. So overall, definitely an all hazards threat, definitely a tornado threat, probably a conditional strong tornado threat too, but really it comes down to if storms fire, and when they fire, are they discreet? I think storm mode is everything for today. I think storm mode is everything for today's event. Most models had storms firing by now if we go to our morning runs. If we go back to our 12Z HRRR, that had storms firing between 6 and like 6:30. Right where we're looking too, like right across Childress, Texas. The RAP model, well, that had a bunch of convection all over the place. That model is horrible for convection. The NAM didn't fire at all. The NAM just had some light rain. NAM 3K, so really, if things do fire, it's an HRRR win here. But if nothing fires, then pretty much every other model run is probably going to be right here. Go look at our cam models here. Those fired at about 6:30 Eastern for the NSSL MPAS model. I'll go to the, let's see. Let's do the RN one. That fired early. That fired very early. That fired at like 4 or 5 o'clock. So that one ain't going to be right. RN3 fired at very early as well, 5 o'clock. So really, like the HRRR, honestly, the only one that shows a good severe threat today is the HRRR. These MPAS models here show big time clustering and like next to no semi-discrete supercells. So that's interesting. Let's see what the newest HRRR has. Yeah. Even the new HRRR has a very big clustering problem. Yeah. This was my hopes this morning, right? For this tornado threat, strong tornado threat. Ooh, uptrend and uptrend up. That's now. That sucker went from uptrend to gone. I definitely still think we have a tornado threat and a very conditional, strong tornado threat, but honestly, wouldn't be shocked if we go throughout the whole day with nothing. We're gonna have to watch across that boundary. That's like about the only area I would watch, right in there. That's about the only area I would watch. Maybe a little bit bigger than that, you know, maybe like back into there. Roughly in there. But it does matter significantly if we do see a lot of storms fire today. Because if we do see a lot more storms fire, then that ends up going over our warm sector for tomorrow. and that could greatly impact our severe threat tomorrow. But I don't think, unless we see a giant line through the entire open warm sector, like unless we start with a line like back here and that line just sweeps through the entire open warm sector, that would affect it significantly. But if we just have like a bit of clustering that goes to the northeast, turns into a line in Kansas, Missouri, not really going to be much of a problem. And the reason why I say that is the timing of this cluster. We go to the HRRR. Let's go to the sub-hourly HRRR, which is a quicker updating one. We get a frame every 15 minutes here. So we could go out till you could see the newest HRRR. That fires storms at 5:15. We get a little blip right there. And then by 6 o'clock, we have a cluster of strong storms. And that is not occurring. But assume that these storms do eventually fire and they end up moving up to the northeast. You can see we definitely would have a large hail threat and a tornado or two being likely, maybe even one strong, if that does occur, which is looking less and less likely. And then this is 1:30 a.m. tonight, and you can see our northern convection is already clearing out of the main warm sector for tomorrow, and our potential issue over convection for the morning of tomorrow is still there across Oklahoma and Kansas, but it's 1:30 a.m. As long as this stuff is out of Kansas by morning, and morning being roughly 7, 8 a.m., I think we are perfectly fine for tomorrow's threat. And you can see this is 7:30 here. There is some convection lingering there. There is some convection lingering. So maybe small issues with morning convection in these areas, but I doubt it will be a significant problem unless we end up seeing, like, for instance, this stuff is down here at 7, 8 a.m. As long as it's not too widespread and as long as it's not like a full-on line, your atmosphere will recover with next to no issue. And let me show you this. Alright, so this is the 18Z HRRR. And you can see that takes almost a full-fledged line. A lot of rain throughout Kansas and Oklahoma between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. And then even some morning and afternoon convection. This is 2 p.m. into tomorrow, and it still has convection in our open warm sector. However, take a look at instability and watch how this barely affects instability. So you can see that huge cluster comes through and absolutely wipes instability from this entire area and all areas in front of it. It destroys that cape, and there is literally next to zero cape left across this area. But watch as we go into the morning hours. This is 10 a.m. and there's your warm sector. It's coming back. It's lifting further north, and then by the time you get to noon, almost no problem. You almost have your entire warm sector returned by noon tomorrow, even with that widespread convection. And then by the time storms fire tomorrow, which should be roughly 3, 4 p.m., we are still very well unstable for our atmosphere. Really didn't have any problem at all destabilizing. I can tell you this, I'm a little bit worried for tomorrow. I don't think it will be anything rough, but it reminds me of good old Oklahoma. It reminds me of your Oklahoma threats, where if something does fire, you can bet your bottom dollar that it is going to end up producing a giant supercell, and if it can sustain, likely a long-tracked significant tornado. But if nothing fires, then nothing happens. So we're going to have to watch it very closely. We are going to have to really, really watch tomorrow. It could be nothing, or it could be something crazy. And right now, I am leaning more towards not anything that crazy. I think a 10 sig at this point is a little overdone by the Storm Prediction Center. I don't entirely agree with the 10 sig nor the placement of it. That's my opinion. Um, I do think in that 10 sig area, we could see a tornado or two. And if it really sustains, maybe a strong one, but I don't think that is worthy of a 10 sig tour for tomorrow. And I would also probably have it a little bit more west too. Honestly, like this entire area is at risk for strong tornadoes tomorrow. And actually, maybe even further to the north too, closer to the triple point as well. Maybe all the way back up into southern or far southeastern Nebraska. Like that's the entire area to watch for the potential of strong tornadoes. Actually, you could see the hatched area from the SPC already, so technically it's that entire area you have hatched in the black hatched area. So I agree with the hatching. I agree with that. That 5% is a little bit further east than I see on models, but it's not a bad outlook. The only thing I really disagree with is the placement of the 10 sig. That's really the only thing I disagree with the most on this outlook. Honestly, I wouldn't even have a 10 sig out. Because, yes, it's a potent environment for sure, especially back here into Kansas and Oklahoma. Way more potent than this environment ever will be. But there's so much uncertainty on if it will fire. So, I think they'll change the 10 sig a bit tomorrow. I just don't fully agree with exactly where that they have that placement. I do agree, like eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, like in here, and then like I said, also a bit more to the north. Because if we just take a look, let's just take a look at our environment, gracious day. Let's just take a look at our environment for example here. The environment in Kansas and Oklahoma, central Kansas, central Oklahoma, is way more potent than back out in the 10 sig Tor area. And like I said, that could even extend all the way up into southeastern Nebraska with that very potent environment. And then, of course, you have your main dry line in here. So if anything does fire, if there is to be anything discrete, it would be back down in here. It would be right in here, just ahead of that cold front. And then I do see that there's definitely convection that fires in the 10 sig area. However, it does not sustain well at all. If we go all the way out into tomorrow. I mean, it's not horrible placement, you know, like it's not terrible placement, but I just don't see that being the worthy of a 10 sig tour. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually don't change that 10 sig too much and they just expand it a little bit to the west northwest. If they do something like that, that wouldn't shock me at all. But when you get too far east, you end up getting into some problems, especially with instability. You definitely end up getting some big problems with instability the further east you go. But I don't hate that 10 sig placement. Like it's not horrible, but again, I just think the potential is probably higher to the west northwest, but I also think the uncertainty is higher. So in my opinion, right now at this point, I'm actually a little surprised we even have a 10 sig tour. Because the environment is going to be very well capable of producing strong tornadoes, but it's just all about if we see semi-discrete storms, and that's a very high uncertainty. So we'll see what the SPC does tomorrow. We'll know a lot more tomorrow. Yeah, it's a good ceiling threat for significant tornadoes, but it's a low floor, like you said. Like tomorrow is definitely like I said, classic Oklahoma. If something fires, it's probably going to be significant. If nothing fires, then nothing happens. And I just think there's a little bit too much uncertainty to have a 10 sig out right now. But apparently the Storm Prediction Center is pretty dang confident in that. And then your damaging wind risk, I don't disagree with this. I agree with the placement of that. It wouldn't surprise me if they push that 15% further to the southwest for this convection down here. They've already done that for the hail risk. You could see they have a secondary hail risk out down here near Abilene, for Abilene. And then the hail threat for tomorrow does look pretty significant. Again, it's conditional down here for sure. Very conditional hail risk down in here. Because literally next to nothing could fire. So I have a lot of uncertainty for tomorrow. I have a lot of uncertainty for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the RRFSA and see if that is initiating any better. Normally, the RRFSA is going to initiate a whole lot more convection than the HRRR. And again, I mean, in that 10 sig Tor placement, those don't look very, very tornadic. They don't look great. See, but like something like that right there over Tulsa, that would have my peak interest. And maybe even stuff down here. So you could see this model run just slops everything together in the 10 sig Tor area. And I think that actually might happen too. That would not shock me if we actually see an overly convected area in here. I am way more interested in the dry line. Like, look at that. That dry line, man. I just don't know exactly if that will convect, but that is just a really good dry line right there. And you can see your crashing cold front right up there. So, I mean, we'll just see. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see how today plays out. And then once we get up tomorrow, we can really start to nail down where that greatest potential will be. There's, in my opinion, I'm a little surprised that they have a 10 sig Tor out right now because I'm not that confident in tomorrow's strong tornado threat. Like I said, if something does fire, yeah, it's probably going to be able to mature quickly and end up being a strong tornado threat, but there's a whole lot of uncertainty with that. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking stuff here real quick. Oh, we got another little storm. Yeah, it's already dying out. Is your, like, trough slower or something? Like, hello? What's going on here? What's happening? Let's look at that 500 millibar. I almost want to say that's your shortwave. Like there. I'm going to go compare that to the models from yesterday. Or this morning, actually. Huh. It's not too different. It's not that different. There's no huge difference between the two. I'm just wondering why things aren't initiating right now. Because that little pocket right there, this is like where your forcing should be the greatest. Right where that 10 sig Tor is placed. Like where that guy is firing up at. Interesting. Yeah, you could just see a large shortwave in here. And then not too much of a shortwave there. Maybe a small shortwave in there. Not really any very noticeable shortwaves, which is why today is going to be more of a semi-discrete mode, because there's not a lot of forcing. It's not like we have a strong cold front or anything like that. So I'd still be watching this area right in here the most. But capping could win, as well as just the lack of large forcing for ascent. I tell you this, the longer we wait, the harder it's going to be for these storms to be severe. Storms are going to fire today, but the longer they take, the lower hazards they'll end up being. Because that forcing will eventually arrive. It's just a matter of when. And I'm starting to think it's going to be taking too long. Like I said, most models had this stuff firing between like 4 and 6:30 Eastern. Once we get past 8 p.m., anything that really fires past 8 p.m. is likely not even going to be severe. RRFSA 21Z. Yeah, see, even that has robust storms firing right now. Which these don't look very robust to me, but those could start to really explode. That one at Turkey, that has my interest. That is far enough south, is it not? It is. That one's got my interest now. Let me see satellite real quick. Yep, you can see it on satellite. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Just to see if it can intensify a bit. You're already at 30,000 feet up in the atmosphere for that one. Already almost at 40,000 feet for that one. But yeah, you could see how they just look like they're dying. It just looks like it's dying. This one really looks like it's dying. That just looks like it's falling right out. What about this one, though? If we go over to mesoanalysis. So that guy's like right in here at my cursor, moving to the northeast. So if we go to lower level lapse rates, not bad, not bad. But it's got to fire quick because it's going to be hitting that capped environment. If not, it may already be in it. Not really. You really don't have much of that warm nose. You got a little dry slot above the 700 millibar. But not something that could really hurt it yet. Now, if it doesn't become mature by the time it gets towards, like... Yeah. See, once it gets towards, like, Childress, that's when that capping is much stronger. What do we think? Do we think thrive or die? What are we thinking for this storm? Thrive or die? I think the northern one's already dying. We'll see if this is the little storm that ends up exploding. All right, 80% MCD expired. Dang. That's a doozy. Watch them issue a tornado watch in like 10 minutes after it's expired. MCD expires at 6:15 Eastern. Dang, that expired like 30 minutes ago, almost. Die. Oh, now it's exploding. I mean, wait for the next frame here. Maybe you're seeing something else. Too weak to survive the capping. Yeah, yeah. If it doesn't, it's gotta really thrive now. If it doesn't explode now, that capping is it's gonna win. I mean, that's not in a horrible spot. It's gonna take a long time for it to get to the 10 sig, but that's not in a terrible spot. I'd still be worried about the capping down there, though. Look at that. I'd still be worried about that worm nose between 850, 700 millibar. It just might be too strong for these storms to overcome. You think tomorrow is going to be very bad? I don't really know. Tomorrow I'm kind of 50-50 on at the moment. I really don't know. It definitely could be bad, but I don't know if it will be. We'll have to see if things downtrend or uptrend overnight. It could go either way. This threat uptrended overnight and then even uptrended this morning. And in the afternoon, it still looked really good. And then once I hit live, I was like, wait a second, it's 6 p.m. Nothing's even firing. What is happening here? So like about 5, 6 p.m., which was literally right around the time we were expecting storms, that's when I realized this threat ain't doing so hot. So, waiting game, man. If capping wins this evening, what can that imply for tomorrow? So it depends, because if we have a full-blown gray sky bust today, just say we end up with a couple showers and thunderstorms, and then we don't see a huge overconvection of our warm sector, like what most models show. So for instance, if we don't see like this happen. I thought so. Tornado watch. There you go. Ta-da! Tornado watch is out. But yeah, if we just see complete blue sky bust or gray sky bust, then it would be worse for tomorrow, because we'd have a lot more available energy for tomorrow. But the biggest thing for tomorrow is the timing of our trough, which right now looks okay. If the trough was really slow, tomorrow would end up being a huge day. If the trough was fast, tomorrow would end up doing absolutely nothing. And right now we're kind of in the middle of that, in between a slow trough and a fast trough. So if today does perform as expected, then tomorrow is probably going to be near what is forecasted right now, which is a line of damaging winds with spin-up tornadoes. There's your tornado watch at the bottom of the screen popping up. And, maybe a strong tornado or two if things can fire on the dry line. If we don't see this perform, then tomorrow would end up being a bit higher, that threat. But it's going to come down to the trough, because even if tomorrow you have more cape than expected, what matters is if you have the forcing for it. If you don't have the forcing for it, then it doesn't matter how much cape you have. Probs, we're guessing probs. I agree with 50-30. I'll go one up. I'll go 60-40. I'll go high end. I think 60-40 is the high end for this. I'll go with that. 60-40, my final guess. See if I can get it over here real quick. Probs are not in. I can tell you the wording of it. A few tornadoes likely with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damaging winds of 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts likely. Very large hail of 2.5 inches in diameter likely. That is some high-end wording right there. That's actually some pretty high-end wording for today's risk. Goes in effect 1 minute ago and is in effect until 1 a.m. Eastern. Still ain't got the probs on it. Come on. Show me the probabilities. Waiting game. There it is. Nope, no prob still. It just got issued recently, so. Go and take another minute. Come on. I've got 3 different sites refreshing it for the probability. None of them are showing it yet. What about this? Nope. Radar Mega have it yet? Nope. Love Radar Mega. Nice and slow. Nothing on that. Oh. Oh my goodness. Nailed it. 60-40. Nailed it. 60-40. Tor prob 60-40, wind prob 60-60, hail prob 70-60. Pretty high-end watch. So I believe me and Kevin were right. Or me and Fred, actually. Yeah, me and Fred. We both said 60-40. Who issued the watch? I have literally no clue. I don't know if you can even see that. Oh, never mind. You can. Heart is at the very bottom. Shockingly high probabilities. I ain't even gonna lie, especially with the conditions that we've been seeing observed so far. But they are thinking that these storms are indeed gonna pop off and be a big issue. Only time will tell. But just a little skeptical of it. The only reason why I'm skeptical is simply because of that cap. Really, that's the main thing. The low to mid-level warm nose and dry slot. Why would they go severe watch for a 10% sig 1? They didn't? This is a tornado watch? Oh, you're answering Sam's question. My bad, Fred. My bad. Sam, because if storms do fire, they're likely going to be tornadic with the environment. If storms do fire right on that boundary. So, that's the thing. It's boom or bust. Either things stay very small storms and end up just fizzling out and it's nothing, or storms mature and they absolutely explode into huge supercells. There's not really an in-between. It's still going. It's still going against all odds. It's still going. Let's see if it's at 50,000 feet yet. If it is, it might have already broken through that cap. Oh, well, it just started dying off. Did you see that? Just died right off. Well, never mind. The sucker just decreased by 3,000 feet. I think they got to get over that 45,000 foot threshold, right around there. Once they get to that, they should explode. Oh, what are these guys doing? Oh, nothing? Okay. Looked more impressive on echo tops than reflectivity. Thoughts for Friday in South Central Iowa, like Davenport? Tomorrow is very tricky, man. It is a tricky forecast for tomorrow. But Davenport, let me just see where that is. That's like southeastern, right? Yeah. Models don't really show much of an issue up there, but I would say damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, 1-inch hail, and a brief tornado possible. Timing for your main threat, it will be raining through much of the day for you. However, the main threat for severe weather shouldn't be until probably sometime after dark, it looks like. Likely after dark will be your threat for severe weather up there. That one looks better. 37,000 foot echo tops. Oh, ooh. Okay. We got a little bit of a plot twist here. What are these? Got 2 light rain showers right there firing in the most prime environment. However, that might be actually the best environment. Is that where the cap is? I feel like that might be east of the cap. County, northeast, right there. No, that's like on top of the cap still. So they're right there. You still have a cap. But that is in one of your best environments right now. No wonder why those storms aren't doing so well. It's because they're fired like on the cap. But yeah, you can see plenty of wind shear, plenty of cape, great lapse rates. Looks like good temperature dew points. Just that stubborn capping right about the 700 millibar. That's the problem for these storms. But you can see if it fired a little bit more east, like right in here. Even that has a cap. Weird, mesoanalysis doesn't say you could see it here. Mesoanalysis doesn't say there's a capping in here, but when you click, very clearly a warm nose cap right there. Very clearly a capping in place. I don't know about this tornado watch, man. I would have held off on it. I think most of you guys in chat agree too. I would have waited for mature storms to form. I probably wouldn't have pulled that until severe storms started to really pop off. Because these storms haven't got through that cap yet. They got to get through it. Are you staying up for 0Z? If these storms explode, yes. If not, no. How long is it? 0Z's at 8, right? Pretty sure it starts at 8, so... I would say there's a pretty good chance I will be. But who knows? These aren't looking so well right now. Not looking very, very nice. I'm all for a blue sky bust. I'm all for that. I know it does hurt the statistics of the Storm Prediction Center and their accuracy, but we should be thankful for blue sky busts when they happen. Even though I know, if I went out here to Texas to storm chase, that's like I don't know what, like a 16-hour drive or something. That's got to be far. It ain't no short drive for me. Childress, Texas would be my rough target area. That is a... Hold on. Got to put directions in. From here to Childress. Taking forever to find a route. It's a long route. Oh my word. It's a 20-hour drive. It's even more than I thought. Wow. That is a 20-hour drive. Gracious. Yeah, so if I were chasing and that was a 20-hour drive for me and I didn't see anything, I'd be pretty upset. And the thing is, there's a lot of fields out here too, so tornadoes that do form, they have a pretty dang good chance of not hitting people. Because this is a relatively rural area. From you, Legacy, I'm guessing like closer to 15 hours for you. I'll go ahead and check. Ooh. To Childress, Texas. It is 14 hours from you. 14 hours. So that means I'm about 5-6 hours from you. That doesn't seem far. I really wouldn't think that'd be a 6-hour drive, but that shows you how big the U.S. is. That is a 6-hour drive right there. Because what I've taken this route before. What I do is you leave the city Martinsville, hop on 58, just travel all the way up here, go to I-77, go to I-81, travel all the way down to the west, to the south, go through Bristol, get back on 81 still, and you just keep going. Keep going all the way down. Because I remember I went through Knoxville, went through here, and then went all the way through Chattanooga to get to Alabama. So at some point, yeah, right at Knoxville, instead of going south to go towards Alabama, I would just hop on that and then go towards Nashville. These aren't doing so good now. Both of them are dying out. But we've got a few more popping up. We've got some little storms popping up. This one's died out too. Yeah, these have lost any lightning they had, and they're down to orange DBZ, so they are weakening quickly. Yeah, even chasers are starting to call it quits already. Is it dark here yet? Oh, it is. I wasn't expecting it to be completely dark. So it's got to be dark out there too, right? Or do you guys have a little sunset left there? Catman, look out your window. It's got to be dark. It gets dark here at about 6 o'clock. Yep, we sure do, Legacy. That is going to be awesome. That is going to be awesome. Why, you ask? Because that means everything is going to fire an hour later. So instead of these storms firing at 5 o'clock, they'd fire towards 6 o'clock. So I get a whole extra hour. That helps a lot. I like the extra hour a lot more because I'm not much of a morning person. It's very rare for me to be up before 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is like the earliest I get up. It's been dark here in the UK for 6 hours. Man, what time is it over there? Midnight? So just a lot of little storms popping up now. We're getting a lot of little attempts, but I think that capping is going to hold pretty strong, honestly. We'll get a new meso-analysis in a bit, so we'll be able to see our new instability in here in about roughly 15 minutes. Still been busy outside of streaming. Will be more consistent. I will never be the I won't have the same consistency as last year. I will never have that again. I will never do that again. So I can be more consistent. It's just with the long duration live streams like last year. We were live streaming 4 to 6 hours on almost a daily basis last year. Because of those severe threats and how frequent they were. So if we have another year that's as active as last year, I'm figuring something else out, man. Because I'm not streaming like that again. Yep, I saw the weed whacker is chasing. (2024 and 2025 were both crazy for tornadoes. I expect a significant less amount this year than last year. It's not. It shouldn't even be close. It shouldn't even be close. We should be hundreds of tornadoes less this year than the last 2 years. Unless something significant changes with our Enzo, which is unlikely. Because the thing with Enzo is it normally takes 3 months to really do anything substantial. So it would have to start changing today in order for it to affect May and June in any way. All I hope for is I just hope I get 2 chases in this entire year. I just want to chase twice. I would just like to chase 2 risks. One marginal and then either one slide or one's enhanced. Marginals are actually my favorite day to chase. I love chasing marginals. I don't know what it is about marginals, but I love chasing them. Way more than slights and more than enhanced. Now, moderates, I'm scared of those. You'll probably see me go in the opposite direction when a moderate got issued. Like when I was under a moderate in 2023, almost 3 years ago now. Oh, I've never had that type of feeling before. That was horrific. That was horrific. Now I know how some of these, how some of you guys who have bad storm anxiety feel. Because they were talking about like 90 to 100 mile an hour winds for me. I'm like, dude, this home could barely sustain 30 mile an hour winds. Like, this home literally sounds like it's about to fall apart with 30 mile an hour wind gusts. You think I'm going to survive 90? Heck no. I didn't even chase that day because I was so worried. And then it ended up busting. So, it was a complete bust. Everything went north and south of me. So, never been more thankful for a bust. Mine's not bad storm anxiety at all. Like marginal, slights, enhanced, those don't really get to me. But it's when you get under that 4 out of 5, that's when it gets to me. A moderate and a high risk, which I've never been under a high risk before. I think back in 2011, a high risk was barely off to my east. But yeah, no, storm anxiety is definitely not fun. 100% not fun. So I can't imagine people who live out here in the plains and you're under like 4 moderate risks every year. Or at least 2 moderates every year. Like last year, there was down over here, like roughly over in here, you guys were under multiple moderates and a high risk. Like this area got slammed last year. Multiple moderates, multiple enhanced, and a high risk. Should have been 2 high risks because March 14th looked like a high risk from the get-go. It checked pretty much every box in the book for a major tornado outbreak. $7 o'clock, man. We only got about 50 minutes left before I'm calling this thing done. Haha. Shoot. We might as well call it done now. The cap just got stronger. Why did they issue that watch? I don't get it. Why issue the watch when your confidence in storms is decreasing? The HRRR still has stuff firing tonight. What is that? That's 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So the HRRR is still confident this stuff is going to become a problem. It takes this cluster in here, and it takes the whole thing northeast, and it strengthens it with time. But that's the HRRR. So these things got to show signs of strengthening. If they stay like this for the next 50 minutes, they're just going to die off, and I'll call it quits. But if they show signs of strengthening, we'll stay. Yep. I wouldn't call this a bust yet. Give it to the end of the forecast time frame, 8 a.m., 7 a.m. rather, tomorrow. And then you can, because there is a chance that we get convection that explodes overnight. But after 8 o'clock, that chance goes down extremely quickly. There's your best environment. I also think a big problem today was too hot of temps. And a little lack of moisture. Definitely a lack of moisture, but really just temps being too high. So maybe as those temps start to come down quickly over the next 2 hours, we can get some storms to fire. I'd say our best chance to see these storms explode is between now and 9. And then 8, again, after 8, though, you're really pushing it. I just think maybe as those temps begin to cool down because the sun's gone, maybe you can get something to somehow fire. But like I said, the longer it takes, the better we look. Bad look for chasers who are hoping to see at least something today, but good news for the general public. You know what I think is one of the dumbest arguments ever? I'm about to get canceled for this one. People who hate on the weather community because we like to observe tornadoes, hail, wind, and thunderstorms. I think that is the stupidest thing ever. And I'll give you my reasoning. If we stop watching the weather, is the weather just going to quit happening? It makes no sense. Like if I turn off my computer right now and quit watching the radar, is everything just going to disappear? No, it's going to keep going. So why should we stop observing what's happening just because I got distracted? Why should we stop observing what's happening just because people are hating on us again? And I say that because a lot of people, I see that on Twitter again today, a lot of people were hating on chasers who were hoping for severe weather today so that way they can observe tornadoes and hail and damaging winds. But either way, if tornadoes do happen, if a chaser is there or not, that tornado is still going to do damage. It's still going to be doing damage. So I think why can't we just have chasers out there just in case it happens? And if it happens, they can observe it and help save lives. If it doesn't happen, then great. But I do see where people hate on chasers who wish for tornadoes. But most ask pretty much any chaser in the weather community, would you rather see an EF3 tornado go through a populated area or an EF0 large tornado in an open field? I would say probably 10 out of 10 times the chasers are going to choose a weaker, larger tornado in an open field than in a populated area. Nobody wants to see a tornado go through a populated area. That's not the type of tornado the weather community wishes for. We wish for tornadoes over open fields, low precipitation, and that are very, very awesome to just observe, look at, and photograph. We despise the large wedge tornadoes in Dixie Alley at night that go through populated areas. So the point being is, if we stop observing weather and stop forecasting weather, it's still going to happen anyways. There's no point in hating on people who track the weather. We track billion-dollar disasters, but if we stop tracking them, guess what's going to happen? They're going to turn into trillion-dollar disasters. Imagine if the National Weather Service just quit tracking weather because people hated on them, or the Storm Prediction Center stopped doing outlooks because people could always disagree with their outlooks. Those million-dollar disasters and billion-dollar disasters would multiply by, I can't even tell you how much. It would multiply by an insane number. Because for an event like today's forecast, this risk area by the Storm Prediction Center, most of the area that is under an enhanced risk today was highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center 72 plus hours ago. That's over a 3-day heads up for severe weather. So it would be very, very, very stupid if we just stopped observing the severe weather. But again, the biggest thing is most chasers, because this is where people hate the weather community when we wish for tornadoes. Because for some reason, the general public, when they see that, they're thinking we're wishing for death and destruction, when in reality, we just want to photograph a tornado in an open field. That's where I see the weather community probably get hated on the most. And then there's also the vice versa, where the weather community can be hateful too. For instance, yesterday, where the SPC was receiving borderline hate for their outlooks. Even today, they've been receiving borderline hate because of their outlooks and how the outlooks are now portrayed on the Storm Prediction Center site. And I think that stuff's just so stupid. You are hating on us progressing. The National Weather Service is progressing this right here. The Storm Prediction Center is progressing and trying to give us more information on these outlooks, and then people just go and hate on them. It's like, okay, sure, it's a little bit more confusing and a little bit, maybe not as clean, but it's a lot more information. Thank you for listening to my rant. But like I said, a lot of people, really the biggest thing is the general public will hate on chasers because we wish for tornadoes. But again, that's why a lot of chasers are out today. There's a lot of chasers out here in western Oklahoma into the panhandle of Texas because this area is on the rural side of things. There's still a lot of people out here, but if a tornado does touch down in this area, there's a pretty high chance it's going to be completely away from population. And that's why a lot of people chased today. Because it is a late evening setup in the middle of the plains with open fields and not a lot of population. That's why there was a very high amount of chaser conversions. Because all those chasers are hoping for tornadoes in open fields so they can see them. And that's why you'll also see a lot of chasers avoid these areas. A lot of chasers won't chase down in here because there's so many trees that they can't absorb tornadoes. It's literally, it is, ask any chaser if they would rather chase a Kansas setup or a Dixie Alley setup. Every single one is going to say Kansas. Because Kansas is just full of open fields and minimal trees. And then Dixie Alley is just all trees and you can't see a thing. These storms are just dying off. We do still have 2 areas here. 2 of these storms are starting to breach that 40,000 foot echo top threshold that I was roughly saying. You see, that's 39. This one's probably like 38, 37. Yep, 38. So if these can get past 40, 45,000 feet tall, then they will get through, if we go over here and I'll show you, they'll get through what we call a capping, which that's not very strong of a cap there. That storm might actually pop off because there's not, you could see a little bit of a dry air slot. So see how our temperatures, instead of going diagonally up like this, we have a little squiggle here, how it squiggles to the left and then squiggles back. That's a little bit of a dry slot. But the cap is when the temperatures does that. When the temperature does that little squiggle, which you can see a little bit of here. See how it's going up normally, and then it has a little squiggle and then continues back up. That's a weak capping right there. So the capping is almost 100% the temperature, but it can also be a bit of the dry air too. But most of the time, the capping is going to be the temperatures, because that's what you hear when people say warm air trapped aloft. It's warm air trapped between 2 pockets of cold air. Cold air to the top, cold air to the bottom, and then warming air in the middle. So it's warm air trapped aloft. Typically in the lower level jet, which is between roughly the 850 and 700 millibar. 850 is considered your lower level jet, so it's right around that lower level jet type of height. Dry air can stop storms from firing, but what stops storms from firing the utmost is that warm slot, the capping. I would definitely be watching this one a little bit more. It is dying out, but it's still very tall. Where is it moving? Why is it moving due north? I thought these were moving northeast. Why is it going due north? Maybe a tiny bit northeast, but that thing's moving almost due north. Well, never mind, because that's going to be moving outside the most favorable environment real quick. Yep. See, it's moving north, so it's moving away from the best instability down in here. Bro's just, yep, see, and it's going to go into a capped environment, a stronger capped environment. Bro's just going north for no reason. Not as bad capping south anymore. So that new mesoanalysis update shows the caps kind of lifted on the far southwest quadrant of our watch area down in here. Again, I'll just show you. We're looking for, I'll go really far north. See that? We're looking for that. that sharp warming in the middle of the atmosphere roughly between the 700 and 850 millibar. And again, this storm right at my cursor is heading towards that capped environment. Whereas if we go further to the south, see, like this storm down here is not in that capped environment. It's not nearly as bad of capping down here. And even if we go a little bit further east, let's go closer to Childress, which is roughly in here. That capping returns. Is there a boundary right in there or something? Can I, effective bulk shear? Nah. Oh, dang. Our wind shear got worse. Okay. Strange. But that is why your supercell composite shifted north, because your wind shear got worse further south. Is this one at 40,000 feet? This is the first one, and it's at 41,000 feet. This is the first one I've seen over 40,000 or at 40,000. And this one is at 41,000 feet. So we'll see if it can sustain. It's the tallest one thus far. And again, that's probably because it's in that little bit less capped environment. It's in that little bit less capped environment. Further to the east, it's more capped. More north, it's more capped. So we'll have to see where it moves. If I can tell you this, the capping won't matter nearly as much if it can sustain itself now. A lot of storms, nothing impressive. Nothing impressive. We'll have to watch that right there, like I said, but nothing overly impressive at the moment. I'm going to just close GR2 since there's no real reason for me to have that open. Once storms really start popping off, I'll open that back up. How about further south, like really far south? Because the HRRR says there's a huge hailer ongoing down here, and that is just a complete and utter lie. So, shows you the HRRR's composite reflectivity, just like I said at the start of this live stream, especially when storms start firing, is next to useless. Saturday's threat. We did indeed get a slight risk for severe weather. I called both of these out in yesterday's live stream. I called both of these areas out for a likely slight risk for severe weather. There was nothing outlined for day 4, so we didn't have a single risk for severe weather on Saturday by the SPC, but I called out up in here, and then I also called out back down in here. And you can see both of those areas under a slight risk now, and they did expand. This slight risk was expanded at the afternoon update, and then you can see the other slight risk back up here. So 2 slight risks for severe weather on a Saturday. This northern one is probably going to have the best chance at producing a brief tornado. This down further to the south will mainly be a damaging wind threat, and then we could get some large hail back into Texas. Let's go and switch to our models real quick. We'll take a look at this. All right, so this is the NAM 3K. Let's go to the NAM normal model here. This is the NAM 12K. You can see a very low wind environment for tornadoes. Not impressive at all. out here across Dixie Alley into the far southern plains. Your best threat will be damaging winds as well as isolated very large hail back out in this area. In the middle of that for Tennessee, because I know we have a few people watching from Tennessee, you're in the middle of the best cape. So most likely you're going to end up with a pretty weak line of winds. Probably 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts possible with that weak line. And then further to the north, that's the area that I've been watching the most for Saturday. You could see a little bit better of an environment there. And that's where we could see 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, half inch to 1 inch hail, not a large amount of hail, and then a brief tornado or two. So just to re-summarize it, down here, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, very large hail, probably over 1 inch in diameter will be possible, as well as a spin-up tornado. Further north, a spin-up tornado or two, 60 mile an hour winds, half inch hail to 1 inch hail. And then in the middle of that, that's where we'll have the risk for roughly 30 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. And that's your quick summary of the risk for severe weather on Saturday. Now, obviously, that will change a little bit, but that's roughly what we are thinking for Saturday thus far. I'm almost in that marginal. I think I might be in that marginal. You gotta be kidding me. I could walk to that marginal risk. Bro. It doesn't matter too much, though. Why? Because it's going to be overnight anyways, so. Yay! Overnight thunderstorms. Yippee. Gotta be kidding me, bro. I can't believe it. I'm on the freaking edge of a marginal risk. That's my luck. Now I got a question about Sunday. What does Sunday look like? Is there a slim chance there could be a marginal in Eastern NC? Or is this sucker going to go out to sea? Yeah, it's just going to go out to sea. Hey, well, I may have a very low wind risk on Sunday. Shoot. May have a chance for some damaging winds, maybe up to 60 mile an hour winds. If anything fires, which knowing North Carolina, it won't. So I'll watch that for Sunday for my area, but I doubt I'll get anything. And I can actually show you a bit of a better model run here than the ones we use. This is the RRFSA 18Z model run, which goes out 84 frames. And just to show you this thread a little bit better, this actually looks pretty rough. But roughly 30 to 50 mile an hour winds will be possible with this line going through mainly Tennessee, Kentucky, into Mississippi. 30 to 60, or rather 30 to 50 mile an hour winds there, roughly 30 to 50 mile an hour winds. And then further to the south, you can see that will be a lot stronger. That's probably where we're going to get those wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. And then again, could get some large hailstones if we see any type of discrete storms try to fire there. Brief tornado also possible in this southern risk. And then the northern risk I'm most interested in for that brief tornado or two being possible. 60 mile an hour winds, maybe half inch to 1 inch hail. But definitely going to have to watch that southern mode because this is definitely more robust on the RRFSA model run. You would definitely have a all hazards threat for sure with that. What does CSU have? Does that have a day 3? Yeah, that does have a tornado risk down here. It has a chance for a spin-up tornado or two from East Tennessee all the way back down into Eastern Texas for a spin-up tornado or two. And then it has a spin-up or tornado 2 being likely back up in here. As well as damaging winds possible across the whole area. It has damaging winds being possible across like this entire region in here. All in here. So Saturday looks to be it doesn't look to be a significant severe weather threat, but it looks to be a extremely widespread severe weather threat. And we could have a local area getting significant severe weather. Oh, this one's really started to explode here. Still 40 to 41,000 feet on that one. That one is trying its best to mature. That's the best looking storm we've had all day. But it's got a long way to go if it wants to become severe. Now we continue with the waiting game, which doesn't look like we'll be waiting too much longer. I doubt we're gonna achieve the real threat for severe weather like we were thinking. Still some small to large hail may be possible, maybe a brief spin-up tornado and 60-mile-an-hour winds, but likely nothing close to what we were thinking earlier this afternoon. I still have little to no faith with this one. OKC isn't really in a bad spot right now for tomorrow. You are in a slight risk, so you're definitely going to want to pay attention, but it's a big time boom or bust for you guys. It all comes down to if things fire off of a dry line or not. So, very much boom or bust for tomorrow. But you're roughly in the risk for 60-mile-an-hour winds, gust upwards of 70, 1-inch hail, and a brief spin-up tornado. Okay. Let me check this real quick. Clickbait title if it's going to underperform. Not clickbait if it's still the forecast. The SBC just said a couple of intense tornadoes possible, so. If anything, I could up the wording of my title if I really wanted to. Even though I don't believe it's going to even get close to performing. I just hope the 00ZH takes into account that today is not performing as expected, Fred. That's what I hope. I have a feeling the 00ZH is still going to fire these storms into huge, big supercells, and then it's not going to show much different for tomorrow because of that. I can't tell you how much I missed doing this. I missed it so much. We went like literally 6 months with no good severe weather threats. And I was getting very, very, very much nostalgia. Nostalgic for this. So I can't wait to provide my analysis on bigger end days again. And even on these days that are a bust, I still miss doing stuff like this because even if it's a bust, we get to talk a lot. I get to talk to you guys a bunch, even if it is a bust. And I'm very much available to do these during the evening and night hours. When I'm really not available is the morning and afternoon. So I'm busy nearly every day from 9 a.m. all the way till about 4 p.m. I'm busy almost every single day now. That is how packed my schedule has gotten. 2026 is on a completely different level of busy. Let's go check this again. All right, so this is the storm. Is it moving north or northeast? Because there's a big difference. That's moving a bit more northeast. Yeah, that's roughly moving northeast. So we're going to take a sounding up here. So if we go over to it, we go to the county above that one to the left. County above that one to the left. That's roughly right here is the environment it's going into in the next hour. Not a bad cap. You still can see a little bit of that cap there, but that's not that bad. I don't think that will inhibit it from doing, from strengthening any further. I don't think that will be enough to stop it from strengthening further. And then you've got really nice dew points as well. Going up in relatively a diagonal line. It's definitely a little bit shaky, but it's good enough. Pretty good hodograph. Not a lot of lower level curvature, though. 1,200 instability, so that's going towards the boundary, but that boundary will push more north, so by the time this storm gets here, this value is probably going to be closer to 1,500 or more. And like I said, not a lot of lower level curvature. You do have a sufficient enough that is what we consider enough lower level wind shear for a strong tornado threat. And then you do have a sufficient amount of 0 to 3 SRH as well. So not a like a S tier sounding by any means, but good enough. It should be good enough to where this storm can thrive and become severe in the next hour. What about those lapse rates? Oh, of course. Why wouldn't it be that number? That's. I'd say that's good. I'd say that's sufficient. It's not fantastic, but the problem with lapse rates is if you have too much lapse rates, that means there's a lot of temperature change with height, and that can lead towards a very elevated storm. But if you have too little lapse rates, that could mean temperatures are too low, instability is too low, and the storm will just die and get choked out. So you really want between, I'm not kidding, you really want between 6 and 7 lapse rates. You really do. In the 0 to 3 kilometer range, you really want between those two numbers. And this one just happens to combine both the numbers. Because once you get to beyond like 7.5 lapse rates, beyond 7.5, you're looking very elevated. And once you get below 6, it's probably too low and storms are going to be choked off. It's not my fault, Sam. It literally is between 6 and 7. It's not my fault. 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rates, you really do look between roughly 6 to 7, 6 to 7.5. For instance, if I go over here where those lapse rates are at 7.9, look at that temperature difference. Huge temperature dew point spread there. And that means storms are going to be very elevated. So that's an example of you can't have, and for a tornado threat, you roughly don't want more than 7 to 7.5 lapse rates. This is 7.9 and it is way too much lapse rates. If we get a MEDAR over there, you could see the MEDAR just to its northwest is... Do I need stronger glasses, or does that say... Can I get a sounding on that? Holy crap! Now that's an elevated profile. What are those lapse rates? 9.3 lapse rates. 9.3 lapse rates. Yeah, no kidding. You've got freaking 70, not 70, 7 degree dew points. 7 degree dew points and like 75-degree temperature. Now that is an elevated profile. But we're not going to get any storms up there. That's in northwest Texas. That's very far. That's up here, northwest Texas. You can see this storm moving to the northeast if we get another sounding on that. Again, maybe a tiny bit of a capping there, but not a huge issue. If this storm cannot sustain, I don't think any storm will. Because this storm's moving into a decent environment. Again, it's not the best, but it should be favorable for all significant hazards. Severe? Where is it? In Alaska? It ain't this storm, is it? And pull up GR2. Let's see. It's severe. Does Weatherwise want to update? Oh, I gotta refresh, that's why. It's stuck looping. There you go. Yep, so it is indeed a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yep. First severe of the day. I can already tell you this thing's not going to have much of a tornado threat with it, to be honest with you. I do think it will be capable of producing a brief tornado if the wind shear increases in the future. Or it will be capable of producing... I can't English. It may be capable of producing a tornado in the near future if it can continue to move northeast and go into that better wind shear. There you go. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, it is doing a cell split. It is. This is an entirely different storm right there. Look, you can see here how it kind of, it just forms way too much to the north. You can clearly tell that either another storm formed in it, or a separate, man, English is just leaving the window. Either a separate storm formed in this storm, or another updraft has started in the storm, which is resulting in now a cell split. So we'll have to see if this starts to turn even more to the northeast, and if this starts to turn due north. But either way, that's your first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. And it is for 45 more minutes, so that goes till 8:30 Eastern. So I will be live to see some of the 00ZH maybe all of it. We'll see. I won't be live for the new outlooks tonight. No. That's at like 12:30 to 12:30, 1:30, somewhere roughly around there. I forgot exactly what time. I think it's 12:30. Actually, I can check with the new SPC's time conversion. The new day 1 is at 2 a.m. my time. 2 a.m. apparently is when tomorrow's outlook comes out. We get a new SPC outlook for today in 15 minutes. I would be I would be the most surprised person in the world if they don't drop that 10 sig tour. There's no shot they keep a 10 sig tour, right? There's just no way. There's no way they keep a 10 sig tour there. Because, like, we literally. I don't even think the 10 sig tour is going to have much of a chance for rain in about an hour from now. I think our main area for storms will be shifting to the northeast. Hexton Lucky. The HRRR starts rendering in about 10 minutes, but that won't be done for about another hour or so. So around 9 o'clock Eastern, we should have the HRRR in for tomorrow. Got a new MCD. Strong tornado, 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail, 65 to 80 mile an hour wind gust possible. We'll have to see exactly what that tornado threat says. Oh, wow, that exploded. 43,000 feet. Developing thunderstorms will pose an all hazards risk across watch issuance 13. It says WW0013. Normally they just put WW13. Watch issuance 13 over the next few hours. So maybe they will keep that 10 sig. Thunderstorms will pose an all hazards risk for the next 1 to 2 hours. So that's roughly till 10 p.m. Eastern. As they progress to the east-northeast across eastern Texas, Panhandle into western Oklahoma. Developing thunderstorms have continued to struggle to become better established across portions of eastern Texas, across the eastern portion of the Texas Panhandle over the past hour amidst a capping and weak subnautic scale forcing. While it remains unclear how many supercells will develop, the latest guidance and radar observations continue to establish that at least a couple of supercells will become better defined and established over the coming 1 to 2 hours as mid-level capping continues to erode in an unstable environment characterized by a mixed layer cap of 1,500 to 2,000 joules per kilogram and effective bulk shear of 30 to 40 knots will continue to support a risk for an all hazards severe threat. Steep mid-level lapse rates exceeding 7.5 kilometers or 7.5 Celsius kilometer. I forgot exactly what that is. I forgot if it's like per kilometer or something. But anyways, 7.5 lapse rates. Discrete storm mode will promote the potential for up to 3-inch hail. With time, the strengthening lower level jet could yield enlarged lower level photographs, which will bring an increased tornado threat into the early overnight hours. Long story short, big time hail threat at first, and then a tornado threat slowly developing, and after 10 o'clock, your overall severe threat should be decreasing. Although, in my opinion, I don't think we see any tornadoes today. I don't think we gonna get much here. Because this is not looking good. So, did they say like the newest guidance or something? Like, what are they looking at? The latest guidance and radar observations continue to suggest at least a couple of supercells will become better established over the next coming 1 to 2 hours. Hmm. What latest guidance are you looking at? Maybe they're looking at the whatchamacallit. I forgot what it's called. The one that has a bunch of ensemble members and you use it for high-end days. I forgot what you call that thing. Oh well. But maybe that's what they're using. But we'll see if supercells become better established. I think our only real all hazards threat is this. If we do manage to get a tornado tonight, it's probably going to come from this cell moving to the northeast once it gets into that better wind shear up here. Wophus, yes. Wophus. I think the best wind shear is even a little bit further north than that. Like up here. 185. Oh, man. It's not even the best. Where's the wind shear at, man? That wind shear really doesn't get great. Like I said, 150 is okay, which you could see it gets to 150 up here. So that's better wind shear, but it's not the best or great wind shear. So it's moving into a better sheared environment over the next hour or so. But it's going to stay well removed from the best wind shear today, that's for sure. So it's doing a cell split right now. That's where part of the storm starts to move. Well, it's called the left split. And then the other part of the storm becomes a right split, which typically your left split is going to go, it's weird, but your left split typically goes north and your right split typically goes east northeast. The left split typically creates a higher threat for large hail, and the right split typically creates a greater threat for all hazards, including tornadoes. So this will be the one we want to watch for a tornado threat. This will be the one we want to watch for a very large hail threat. Depending on if this storm takes advantage of our environment or not, which pretty much no storms today have actually taken advantage of that environment. So I'm not too confident in that. It's definitely rotating. 100%. I just don't see any well-defined wall cloud. Unless that whole thing's a wall cloud, which I doubt it, honestly. Am I blind? What is this funnel? Is it a report of a funnel that you guys are getting? Or are you guys watching a chaser feed and there's a funnel? Because the view that I'm looking at, I don't see anything that would possibly be a funnel. I mean, it looks like a huge supercell, but I don't see a well-defined wall cloud just yet. I don't see a funnel. Just so you guys know, a funnel cloud is where there's a cloud and then there's a funnel that stretches down close to the ground but not actually on the ground, and that funnel is rotating. It's got to rotate. So what is not a funnel? Cloud, ground. What is not a funnel is where you have a huge amount of clouds and nothing below it. That is not a funnel. So not a funnel. Wait for it. Ah, I deleted it. Not a funnel, but the thing I drew before that was a funnel. Why is that camera quality not the best? I mean, there's definitely rotation, but I don't see any rapid rotation or any type of rotation that would be able to produce a funnel. You're going to need a lot stronger, typically a lot stronger rotation than that. A lot of that just looks like cloud movement and no focused area of rotation. I still don't see a really focused area of rotation. I see maybe possibly a broad area of rotation, but nothing crazy. You could see that left split becoming more well-defined as it moves off to the north, and then our right split. I expect that area of very broad rotation to tighten up as long as that right split can survive. How many bottles of water do you drink per day? I don't know how you drink 11. These are 16.9 ounce bottles of water, and I try to aim for roughly, if I'm live streaming, I try to aim for a little bit more, but if I'm not live streaming, I roughly aim for about 5 a day. I try to get 4 to 5 a day if I'm not going to stream. If I do stream, I try to aim for like near 8. Unless it's just a 1 hour stream. If it's just a 1 hour live stream, I won't increase it too much. So roughly between 5 and 8 bottles a day. I do not use Weatherbell, no. I'm poor. I can't afford that. I think that's like, it's a crazy price. I think it's like $600 a year. I loved Weatherbell when I had it, but it's too much now. Can't even get the pricing of it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, $690 a year. Nope. No, thank you. Big difference, Ben. GR2 is what, $100? Is it 100? I forgot what it is. I forgot. I know it was 100 or more dollars, and it's a one-time payment. I love one-time payment things. Weatherbell, that thing's draining almost 700 a year. Big difference. I would gladly pay a $250. Oh, that does sound right. That does sound right. I would gladly pay $250 one time than pay $700 a year. I hate subscriptions. I hate subscriptions. They're horrible. Worst thing known to mankind. Subscriptions. They're a threat to society. Have to pay a subscription for streaming services just to still watch ads on streaming services. It's a scam. I don't use WeatherBug, but I've heard WeatherBug is very accurate. How tall is that? Is that almost 50? Oh, that's 48,000 right there. This thing's getting tall. That I expect that this is going to really pick up in intensity here. I don't know what that cluster's doing there. It's trying to do something. Might need to watch that. Okay, they kept the enhanced risk. Did they keep the exact same 10 sig tor? What the heck? Zero one Z. Additional isolated storms cannot be ruled out in the enhanced risk area. What the heck? That's not an enhanced risk wording. What? That is not enhanced risk wording, my guy. Additional storms cannot be ruled out. Buddy. Oh, they severe warned that. Look at that. They severe warned the storm I just called out there not too long ago. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Radar's still picking up on next to no rotation. Now you guys are starting to holler about rapid rotation. Let's go see the shelf cloud. Okay, this chaser doesn't have anything. Is the weed whacker on it? Weed whacker. I don't know where he is. Oh, that was a big bolt. Big old lightning bolt right there. Shelf cloud is indeed rotating. Man. I mean... Oh, let me see. Hold on. It's looking healthier. And there may be a wall cloud. I can't tell because it's night vision camera, but... There could be a wall cloud. I'd have to get a better view of it somehow. Okay, let me go for this chaser. That looks like a wall cloud is trying to start. There might be a wall cloud trying to start up on it. Uh-oh. Little cell merge alert. Now, you know what that means. Cell mergers in 2024 and 2025 were never a good thing. We'll see what this does in 2026. But that could really help. That could be the little bit more of a push, the last little push it needs before it starts to really rotate. So there's your left split going off to the north. Probably going to go die out considering our environment's not great. And then here's your more mature supercell trying to go more to the northeast, attempting to get all hazards. Still want to trail 60-mile-an-hour wind severe on that. This is a very high shear environment, so just watching that just in case, because there's a lot of wind shear on that. That might be a wall cloud. It's just hard to tell. I really can't tell, to be honest with you. So yeah, we'll wait and see if radar indicates that this might be trying to rotate or not. But the sun is setted. It's setting almost completely set. So it's going to be getting dark very, very quickly out here. Oh, there's a little storm. Let's see if that explodes and verifies our 10 sig tour that they kept. Oh, the 00Z HRRR should be rendering in now. Let me go just see if that has anything. More interested in that for tomorrow, though. Okay, that does have these storms being a problem, which I can say is likely going to be correct. And then it does develop more morning convection tomorrow morning, but it's not overly convected to where I think it's unrealistic. Still checking on that northern severe. It's impossible to say if there's any rotation with that, by the way, for anybody who's wondering why I'm not calling that out. It's because it's legit impossible to tell. It may be rotating, it may not be rotating. Nobody knows. But I would just keep on watching that. If you're in the severe warning, you know what to do. Just get away from doors and windows. Stay away from doors and windows. And if things get rough, go to your safe spot just in case. Something's blocking our radar, by the way. What's in front of it? Something's blocking our radar. Our radar is scanning something tall. There's an airport there. Typically, it is water towers or wind turbines. I'm not seeing anything very noticeable. Something's blocking it, though. I could tell it ain't like corruption or something like that. It's like literally the beams being blocked because you could see a clear cut in our reflectivity values right here. And if I loop it, that cut stays. No matter how long I loop it, there's a cut. Yep, big difference on the new HRRR for moisture. No surprise there for tomorrow. A lot better moisture tomorrow. Zoom in close to the radar, you could see a water tower. Oh. that that probably is a water tower. Or something. But that's probably what's blocking our beam. Let's see. Kind of guess it would be scanning like that, so it would go to the south. Like, oh, well. I don't know if that's it or not, but it may be. Here, guys, just put on a 5-second timeout or a 5-second slow-mo. I don't know why they changed this stupid YouTube thing. I gotta go all the way to the studio, go over here, go to the live, go to the description, go to the details, go all the way down, and find slow mode. It says it's already on 5 seconds, but I think it's capping. I think that thing is capping. Slow mode is off. Slow mode is on. Slow mode is off. Slow mode is on. Just double check it, Legacy. This is weather-wise. I have a tutorial on it. Somewhere on my channel. It's somewhere there, but yeah, you could just look it up weather-wise in your browser and it will pop up. You can download the app, which requires, I believe, a subscription to use the app. But if you use it on a browser, you don't need any type of subscription. And if you use an app on your phone, you don't need a subscription either. So you only need a subscription if you want to use the app on your computer, not on a web browser. And there is quite a few features that you can get if you pay a monthly subscription, which I haven't done yet, but it's really worth it. I really should do it, but I'm just waiting. Seven-second slow-mo ain't that bad. You can fix your attention span. You can wait 7 seconds between saying hi. You ain't got to call out every storm in the U.S. You got a third alt account, Legacy? What the heck? How many alts you got? I swear you had a gaming one, Legacy. I was for sure. Or no, a music one. Was it music? I swear you had a music one. It's either music or gaming, one or the other. I forgot. Oh, it is the music one. You just changed the name. Gotcha. Yeah, our left split's just dying, which I'm not shocked of. If these storms were taking full advantage of the environment, that thing would go on to produce 3-inch hail, but seems like storms are not going to be doing that today, which ain't going to be hearing complaints from me. I won't be fussing about that. The biggest thing we'll probably have to watch for tomorrow is over convection. Any type of convection we see in the morning and the afternoon. Yeah, then we have 2 other storms to watch here too. So there's a few storms to watch, but only 2 are really a bit of an issue, which are both of the severes. All right, so we'll wait and see what the 00Z HRRR has here for tomorrow. Give me just a bit. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, y'all, since it's been 2 hours. So just give me roughly like 1 minute, maybe a little more than 1 minute. I will be right back. All right. I am back. Anybody want a bottle of water? Had to go get another one. Now I got 2. Hold on, let me just quickly check this. Okay. We good, we good. Lucky gets home roughly 9:20. So we'll see if I can survive that long. Man, that's just impressive that you can get 4 accounts that quick. 5? Yep. For those of you in the channel who don't know, we have like a 12-year-old who's been harassing this channel for like a year. For really no reason. And they go through extreme lengths. Like they literally just created 7 new alt accounts just to be able to repeat the same message over and over again. All it is a child whose mother just doesn't love him. That's all it is. Most of us, if not all of us, can't relate to that. Oh, I've banned over 50 of his accounts. Maybe over 100 at this point. I can't tell you how many of his accounts I've banned. I literally couldn't even count. I couldn't. Well over like 75% of the people banned in this channel's chat is that one person alone. So, like, maybe roughly between 5 to 10 times a year, he'll just come in here, spam a few times, and then leave. I don't know why. What'd you miss? Not much. Not much in terms of severe weather. And in terms of the chat, just same person who's been harassing this channel for 2 years came back. We banned him. Made 7 new accounts real quick. I don't know why he's so dedicated to spamming the channel. But the new HRRR is initiating the dry line. Actually, that might be the Confluence band. I think that's actually the Confluence band that the new HRRR is initiating on for tomorrow. Yep, you can see it's an ooh, that's you see your crashing cold fronts way back here, so these are mega prefrontal storms. They are very, very far out in front of that crashing cold front. And they're in a very favorable environment, especially that one in southeastern Kansas. Really good environment. So most of these would be tornadic, but especially this one, and these. Many of those would be tornadic. Prepare for Twitter to be flooded by a bunch of weather weenies sharing the composite reflectivity HRRR paired with the STP at, I don't know, red value, which would be roughly an STP of 4 to 5. Prepare for your Twitter feed to be flooded by that. Yes, this is for tomorrow. This is the HRRR for tomorrow. And then you can see it clusters right back up. So then your tornado threat would start to dissipate. But I'm curious to see if the dry line initiates. I believe this is from a confluence band down here. I want to say that's from a confluence band, the one that we talked about a couple days ago being a possibility. And then this is your cold front. Your cold front is up in here. Where does it go from there? Yeah, your cold front is roughly at that white line, and then it goes down through here, and then right back down through there. So that's your cold front, roughly this white line. And I want to see if your dry line initiates, which is right there. See, that's your dry line. That's a dry line bulge, too. There is no reason why storms should not be... If that actually comes to fruition, storms are going to fire along that dry line. When you get a dry line bulge like that, that means you have some sort of strong westerly winds or something that is bulging that dry line. See if it's strong. It is strong southwesterly winds. You've got strong southwesterly winds that are pushing on that dry line, and that creates a bulge, and that can that is easily a firing point for convection of semi-discrete supercells. So there's no reason why the HRRR doesn't have storms firing there. I don't know why it doesn't. If that came to fruition, I would nearly guarantee storms firing off of that. Uncapped, what is that? Almost uncapped 3,000 cape. Uncapped 2,700 plus cape. I would be blown away if that doesn't end up firing. But yeah, the environment definitely uptrended for sure on the HRRR. And then some of the semi-discrete supercells did uptrend on that confluence band for tomorrow. So yeah, I'd say the HRRR did uptrend quite a bit. Thoughts on next Tuesday's risk? It's a risk. I'm not very impressed with it right now, but it will probably end up uptrending as we get closer. But I'm not very impressed with it at the moment. Looks like this might have a little rotation with it. I'm not impressed with it because it easily could be corruption, so nothing I'd be worrying about just yet. I'd still be watching it very closely, but if you're in that severe warning, just stay away from doors and windows and be close to your safe spot just in case this does end up, warranting a tornado warning. But it's nothing that I'm impressed with right now. I think they'll double sig tomorrow. That's a good one. That is a good one. I don't know. But let me tell you, if something fires in central Kansas, woof, it is going to go explosive really quickly. Let me see if I can get STP on here. So I don't quite think that would be worth a double sig, because if we go to their Outlook, we look at their Outlook here, day 2. Well, I mean, that is in there 5%. I wouldn't rule it out. Maybe. I don't know if it would be a double sig 10%, though. Because I feel like a 10% would be too high. But it wouldn't shock me if we get a double sig up here. 5%. The reason why I'm saying not with that 10% is because I feel like a 10% is too high of a chance for storms to fire. I don't think that will end up happening. But it wouldn't shock me if we have like a double sig up in southern Kansas, southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, and then we keep our sig 1 10% back down into this area. We did just get a Tor possible severe. So that second severe, which goes for 47 more minutes. If you're in that, now you do have to get away from doors and windows, just like the last one. Stay away from doors and windows. But I would also recommend you stay very close to your safe spot. And if it gets rough, you should probably go to your safe spot if you think it's getting pretty rough out there. Because there is a Tor possible tag on this, which means that there's the potential for a tornado to be produced in the future. But it's not quite yet a strong enough area of rotation for the National Weather Service to put a tornado warning on it. They haven't seen anything definitive that shows a strong area of rotation. Radar doesn't show a strong area of rotation. Chasers, obviously it's getting dark now, so they can't see as well. So there's no reason for there to be a tornado warning at this moment. However, if this does strengthen further, a tornado warning could be issued in the near future. And then another area to watch for tomorrow will definitely be back up into southern Iowa. Maybe even into central Iowa. Definitely another area to watch would be up here. Yeah, just in case these storms are a little less clustered and end up being a little bit more semi-discrete, they could end up also posing a strong tornado threat. So overall, I'd say this is a pretty big uptrend. Because you've got a sharp cold front. That's your cold front right in there. You've got a good tornado threat on the northern end. Potentially even a strong tornado or two. You've got your confluence band being possible back in here, which could promote a few strong tornadoes. Maybe even a intense tornado. And then you've got an uptrend on your moisture, of course, as we saw. Pretty sure your Cape uptrended. Pretty sure it did. Your Cape uptrended for the northern section. So your Cape uptrended up here, but it actually stayed the same and or possibly even downtrended a little bit back into Oklahoma. And then, of course, you also have the conditional intense tornado threat for tomorrow along that dry line bulge right in here. So I'd say pretty dang good uptrend on the HRRR for tomorrow's severe threat. Will it hold? Probably not. Probably not. And honestly, not really even a line. Oh, well, there's your line. Never mind. Oh, you see, now that would be a problem right there because that's firing on the clashing cold front. which is still a favorable environment. That would definitely pose a all hazards threat, and that would probably pose a significant tornado threat too. Yeah, and then this entire line would be the potential for widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds and multiple spin-up tornadoes. Overall, looks like a very long duration event and a pretty impactful one. Definitely going to have to watch tomorrow closely. And I'm not sure when I will be live tomorrow. I just know I'll be live at some point. So, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow. It's greatly appreciated. It helps supports the channel. Because, well, with these weather events, often things do change. So, like tonight, right now, we're aiming for a live stream probably close to, what time is this? Oof. I don't know if I want to be live that early, but this says 3 p.m. So we'll see. I don't really know when I'll be live tomorrow, honestly. Not too sure. We'll just have to wing it. That kid spent 30 minutes creating all those alt accounts just for them to be banned within the matter of 5 seconds. Imagine that. Be live when the first storm pops up. Yeah, that's what I would have done in, last year, but I don't know about doing that tomorrow. I'll have to see how things go. We'll either do. I kind of want to try to split it into 2 live streams almost. I almost want to try to do like a early afternoon live stream and then end up going live when the threat really pops off. It would have, yeah, I think it could go moderate if it keeps uptrending, yeah. But I'd be shocked if it ends up uptrending more. I don't think that this is going to be a moderate risk day for tomorrow. I doubt we'll see a moderate. South Carolina sees severe weather on Saturday. Would you say Sunday? Sunday. The best chance for that would be the far northwest side of South Carolina early Sunday morning. And then there is a small chance that you could have an isolated severe storm somewhere in central or eastern NC Sunday afternoon. But really, a lot of it should just be very weak storms. I wouldn't expect much severe weather in South Carolina. Yep, I know. It's just same kid. It hasn't been anything too bad yet, but yeah, it's just been spamming, so there's not really much more I can do. I've thought about contacting YouTube to get his IP banned. That way he won't, no matter what account he goes on or what computer he goes on or what device he goes on, he won't be able to comment. But I don't know. Oh yeah, it can be done, Legacy. All you gotta do is shoot them an email, give them proof that they've spammed over multiple accounts, and then ta-da! They'll go look at the logs for all the accounts and then see if they've continued to spam over the course of days or months. And if they confirm it, then boom, IP ban. Storm doesn't look too bad right now. It actually has some curvature to it. I would not be shocked if there's a little wall cloud there. Actually looks pretty decent. What if he gets a new device? It's an IP ban. So he'll have to go to a whole new home. It bans every single device connected to that Wi-Fi and ever connected to that Wi-Fi. And it will ban all accounts connected to that Wi-Fi too. It gets rid of everything connected to YouTube. And that's why you have to contact. Typically, you're going to have to contact YouTube for that because it's a very severe ban. Typically, they're only going to give it out to like full-blown bot accounts that are proven bot accounts. So for somebody who's 12 years old, consistently making 10 to 15 accounts every time they come in here to spam, that's when you're going to have to contact them for an IP ban. But I haven't done it because it's very severe, Hoping they'll grow out of it like I did with my phases. I was a very stupid kid. That's for sure. But I was stupid to myself, not really to others. I never spammed like that. Never. Because it was annoying for me. Little bro's definitely making new accounts just to spam right now. New MCD, North Cluster. Alright, let's see. What does it say? Intense tornado possible? Out of 15 hatched or something? No. In all seriousness, they're probably mentioning large hail, some winds. Yep. Thunderstorms pose a threat for large hail over the next few hours. There you go. A local watch extension may be needed, or a new severe thunderstorm watch may be needed. Interesting. What do we think about that? I don't know. It's just south of the main front. We'll see if they end up doing a watch on that or just extending it a little bit. We don't allow channel names outside of a very few, but I'll still read your message. The reason why both of those people haven't gone live is because they're typically only going to go live for higher end days. I know one of those dudes were live yesterday because he wanted to do a briefing on today's threat and Friday's threat. So he went live yesterday to cover a bit of the severe weather yesterday and also talk about the threat for today and for Friday. But yeah, they don't go live for days like this. They don't. They don't go live on the big days that get a bunch of attention and impact a lot of people. Which there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with going live on the big events. only the big events. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I understand it too, especially after going live for almost every slight risk last year. Yeah, it's not that fun going live 200 plus times in a single year. It gets tiring, so I understand why they only try to go live roughly 50 times a year, or even less than that, mainly for the big days. And also another reason why is because today's event hasn't played out too well, so we were expecting multiple strong tornadoes and multiple tornadoes as well. Well, we were expecting multiple tornadoes and a few strong tornadoes. And we haven't even had one tornado warning yet today. And yesterday we were expecting a few tornadoes, and we ended up with only one tornado warning. So both of these days have not played out anywhere remotely close to the forecast. Which is why I didn't think either were going to go live yesterday, but like I said, one did. And then today both haven't gone live. But I'm sure both will be live much of the day tomorrow because it is a much larger risk area and it's a higher risk as well. So yeah, I plan to go live tomorrow as well. Like I said, I just don't know exactly when. But here's tomorrow's risk. You could see much larger risk. Huge risk area there. And then also a much larger, higher risk. Level 3 out of 5, much larger too. And then I'll probably end up doing a live stream sometime on Saturday as well, because that's also over a very large area. So I'll probably end up doing a live stream sometime Saturday. It very much depends on what this risk looks like here. So we'll probably be live to cover mainly this risk here, and then whatever's happening up here too. Because this risk looks really interesting. If storms do fire, there's probably going to be some big-time hail in Texas on Saturday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does have 3 kids. Pretty sure. But yeah, it's difficult going live so often. Now, I heard that whole thing, the big talk about, like, last year about streaming's harder than a 9 to 5. I found that being the stupidest comparison ever. Streaming is not even a fraction of as hard as a 9 to 5. It's not even close. But streaming can get very time consuming and annoying. Caleb. This dude. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they just expand this watch by like 1 or 2 counties. I don't know if an entirely new severe watch is warranted with this. Okay. I'll view that after stream. So, yeah, we'll see. They may issue a severe watch up here, or they may just extend it by the current tornado watch may be extended by 2 or 3 counties, or they may issue a whole new severe watch. I feel like they're only going to extend the watch because I don't think these storms are going to last too much longer. That boundary is going to move more north, but the thing is the main instability will die out. So I don't think these storms will be much of an issue beyond another 30 minutes to an hour. Look at 00Z. Gladly. Gladly. Here you go. I've looked at it myself already, but show you guys. So storms up here that are moving to the northeast, not much of an issue after about an hour or two. The HRRR failed to pick up on those. Storms that we have ongoing now, brief tornado, 60, 65 mile an hour wind gust, 1 to 1.5 inch hail possible over the next hour or two. Likely going to die off by the time we get close to 10, 11 o'clock Eastern. Low wind severe threat will persist into the overnight hours with those as they move northeast. You can see here we might have some isolated small to large hail embedded in that cluster as it moves to the northeast tonight into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, some leftover rain from that as it moves off to the northeast should get rid of some instability in our warm sector, but it shouldn't be much of a bust factor for tomorrow. Unless it lingers throughout the afternoon hours, then that could be a little bit more of an issue. Tomorrow, close to 3 p.m., we'll start to see storms ignite what is likely off of a confluence band down here in southern Oklahoma, northern Texas. Those will pose an all hazards threat, especially as we go into the early evening hours towards dinner time, potentially posing the risk for a couple of strong tornadoes, maybe even an intense tornado or two being possible, depending on if those are semi-discrete or not. If they are clustered, they're not going to have as big of a tornado threat. If they are more semi-discrete, like what the HRRR has here, where you can make out at least 2 to 3 storms by themselves, that strong to intense tornado threat will be present. Going into the very late evening hours now, this is 7, 8 o'clock. We're going to want to watch 2 things here in Oklahoma. A dry line bulge should be present. If not, it should still at least be a dry line, and we're going to have to see if anything convects off of that. If it does, you can see we have a very potent environment on the northern side of that, so a strong or intense tornado will be possible with that, as well as the continuation of our strong to an intense tornado possible with those the confluence band there, moving off to the northeast. And then as we continue on into the late overnight hours towards 2 a.m. Saturday morning, our weak line will be pushing through with 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust and a few spin-up tornadoes possible. And you can see that progresses eastward overnight. And then we turn into our big mess on Saturday. Widespread 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust there, maybe a gust upwards of 70 across the far southern U.S. And then, like I said, we do want to watch out for some large hail back out in Texas if we can get any discrete storms. Not a very good tornado threat, mainly damaging winds and large hail. Back up into Pennsylvania. Really the same thing. 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust possible. Much more local area, brief tornado possible as well. You can see a much better environment up here. So that's where the main tornado threat will be on Saturday. Now, as for tomorrow, further up north on this model run, I don't know about that, but we should see storms fire somewhere when that cold front hits the 60-degree dew points, roughly, which should be somewhere in eastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, into southwestern Iowa. We should see multiple severe storms explode roughly about 3 p.m. Large hail, damaging winds, a few tornadoes, maybe even one strong tornado, all possible with that. From roughly 3, 4 p.m. Eastern, all the way until they really get messy and cluster up here towards maybe 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And then that progresses off to the east with a low-end all-hazards threat. So pretty good severe threat tomorrow, very widespread. But right now, it's a little bit more question mark on that strong tornado threat there. So a little bit questioning on that 10 sig. I think they may shift that off. Like I said, what I was thinking was they shift that 10 sig a little bit, either shift it or expand it a little bit more to the west. And then I wouldn't rule out, like I said, maybe even a SIG 2 tornado risk. Because if storms do fire, SIG 2, 5% risk there. Then we could be looking at an intense tornado or two. Don't worry, Critty. Over here in Martinsville, we strongly use our Second Amendment. Second Amendment is used hardcore here in Southern Virginia. Let's see. Observed 1.5-inch hail for Memphis, Texas on that severe thunderstorm warning. Still, oh, well, that is looking a little bit better in Oklahoma. Look at that. That is looking a bit better. So, yeah, we'll watch that closely as it moves to the northeast, just to the west of Fairview, Oklahoma. But the good news is there's not a lot of cape up here. The bad news is there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So that could end up being a problem here pretty soon. Let's see. Yeah, this stuff's looking messy again. What a crazy day, right? What a crazy severe weather day. Thankfully, it actually hasn't been that bad. Bro, it's 8 p.m. Hop off. It's almost 9 p.m. here. It's actually almost 9. I'm going to try to stay live so we could say hi to Lucky before I end. And then I'll probably go hang out with him. Let me just find those again real quick. Screenshot that. You know what's funny? I think this is a copy and pasted message from a while ago that this kid is sending in here. It is. It is. I've got the date of it. August 14th, 2025 at 5:35 p.m. He said the exact same message. Literally a Control-C, Control-V. Internet makes people feel too comfortable these days. Truly does. He probably has a notepad for it. I'm watching it. I'm watching the one in Oklahoma. Thing is, we don't have a great radar view on it because we're scanning through the hail core. So I can't tell you what's happening with that rotation. Because this radar beam has to scan through this very heavy rain, this extremely heavy rain, and then it's got to scale through the hail core. Then it can finally get to the area of potential interest, which is likely hail corruption right now. Oh, and they extended that tornado watch, by the way, by 2 counties. I thought they were going to do that. Now, if this does survive longer, they might actually put a severe watch out into Kansas. But this should start, hopefully, weakening here pretty soon, as it's very clustered up. No, he accidentally posted his face on one of the spam accounts, and we saw it. So yeah, and he literally put like his age on there too. So we know he's like 12, 13 years old. We actually know that for a fact. It's literally a kid. That's why I haven't done anything like an IP ban or anything like that, or taking his threats seriously, because like it's 12-year-old kid, man. Like I said, hopefully it's just a phase, like a bunch of phases I had between the ages of 10 and 17. This ain't a phase. This is what I'm doing. This ain't a weather phase. This weather phase is going to stay for the rest of my life. Especially storm chasing. I don't know about coverage, but I will hopefully always have time to do briefings for big severe threats and hopefully be able to chase. I want to do that for a long time. But I don't know about like doing coverage for like 4+ hours on big severe days. That's the stuff that gets to me. But I love chasing and I love doing 1 to 2 hour briefings. And I do love covering the big days too. It's just sometimes it gets a little bit too long on the live stream. A little too long for my liking. I like to do other stuff with my day. But on big days where there's a very high chance that there's people's lives at risk, that's why I stay here for 8 to 12 or 8 to 16 hours. Let's see. Holy crap. Catman, have you seen the El Nino we're going to go into? I know you're lurking in the chat. You gotta be. The El Nino we're going to go into is wild. We're probably going to be dealing with a very inactive hurricane season and a very inactive winter season. I wonder if I could show you guys the model guidance, maybe? Hmm. Yes, yes, I know that. We've seen the CPC's forecast. That's not the newer ones. You know what? I could probably show you it on Tropical Tidbits. It won't be a forecast, but it'll at least be a long range look at it. Northern Pacific. I think it's what? CFS monthly. Sea surface temperatures. Yeah, this will show you it nicely. If I can get the right thing here. Where even is this at? Central Pacific? That's not far enough south. I gotta find where this is a good view of it. Maybe I can't. Oh, I could just do this. Just do the world view. Here you go. Okay. This is our sea surface temperatures. So right now, I don't think we are this warm. I'll look at our analysis here. Yeah, we're not quite yet this warm, so this is a little bit overdoing the warmth, but this is for April. This is for April here. So April, you could see we're starting to transition into that neutral phase. March, April, neutral. And then once we go into May, June, we're starting to get into a strong, we're starting to shift into that El Nino. June, July, we're likely in an El Nino. August, September, October, we're likely going to be in a well into a El Nino phase. And look at that into November, a very strong El Nino. Likely going to be getting into a very strong El Nino. So that will probably completely shut off our um uh, any chance for a above average hurricane season, and probably going to be a issue for winter as well. All right, let's go ahead and just put our radar up here real quick. That tour possible severe expires in 13 minutes. Okay. Scanning 3,000 feet up. We'll give it one scan, but I guarantee that's corruption. Almost guarantee that's corruption. Come on. Oh, 30 more seconds. See the ZDR. Yeah, there's no clear arcing on that, so it's not well defined. Is there a ZDR drop in there? There is a drop of ZDR. So if this persists on the next scan, it's not corruption. That would be a problem. Oh, get rid of that. So we'll wait for this velocity scan. Every 4-minute scans? That is diabolical. Holy crap. 4 to 5 minute scans is insane. We could have a strong tornado drop down, do damage, lift, and completely dissipate before we even get a scan on this thing. Here comes the next scan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spectrum width? Not yet updated. Give it 3 more seconds. Oh boy. Yerp. Let's go ahead and call that out. Unwarned tornado likely ongoing here, southeast of Orion, Oklahoma. There you go. Change that to ZDR. Yeah, that's most likely. Oh, that is a tornado. Nah, yeah, that is a tornado. When you go up with height perfectly like that on CC, that is a tornado. Wow. Also, funnel reported on the Memphis, Texas storm. I hear a tornado warning. Oh, no. No. It's supposed to be observed, man. That's on the ground. I mean, it's better than nothing, but that is on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground right there. I mean, at least it is now tornado warned. So if you're in that red box, you are under a tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter immediately, as we have a tornado ongoing. In northwest Oklahoma, of all places. This is very close to the boundary. Or not the boundary, the boundary. Right near our boundary of, I think that might be... I wonder if that's the warm front. Okay, it's not the warm front, but it is on a boundary, our instability axis. It's just a little bit south of that. So you can see our boundary is set up right up in here now. We didn't have a boundary set up down here, and I wonder if that is what caused this threat to underperform. Because remember, yesterday we were talking about an instability boundary down in here, a differential heating boundary setting up, and we didn't have that occur. So I wonder if that is why our tornado threat down here has underperformed. And we have our boundary setting up, another boundary set up here, where our instability axis is. And that is where our tornadic supercell is, right there. So it's just south of that boundary. It's not latched onto it, but it is very close to that boundary and just south of it. I'm going to go check that Memphis storm because, like I said, there was a funnel reported on that a couple minutes ago. I doubt that funnel is still there because that's a very messy looking storm now. That looks very horrible. Still a huge hook on that. Really good hook on that. I don't see any clear CC drop anymore. However, we may be able to spot that out when we get our scans on GR2. Like, that might be your CC there. We'll have to wait and see what our velocity shows in 10 seconds. Still not observed, by the way, but I am extremely confident that this is... this was or may still be a tornado on the ground. See what our velocity looks like. No clear CC anymore. No clear CC. So it could still be on the ground. But radar isn't picking up on any notable CC. So make sure you're still in your safe spot. This could still be an ongoing tornado, although it looks to be weaker on our newest scan. Is that, yeah, that is. That is debris lofted over 7,000 feet right there. Over 7,000 feet for that debris being lofted right now. Can't believe it's in Oklahoma. I did not think we'd be seeing our first tornado in northwest Oklahoma. All right, you're going to be put in timeout. I don't think you're the same person who's been spamming, but you can't spam that much. And when there's a tornado ongoing, I'm not going to go and shift focus onto that. Hello, you joined when there is a tornado warning, first one of the day. And it's likely a strong tour.
Yeah, I see that now.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right, actually. Not
Good,
too
good,
bad.
good. Well, I wouldn't be live right now, but this decided to pop off out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
So I'm glad you kept me on here till 9:30, Lucky, because I would have ended before this,
Yeah, props to me for once, right?
bro.
Chat's still not gonna be on my side though.
Look at weatherwise. Okay, what am I looking at weatherwise for? I like GR2 for better analysis after all, so I'll keep looking at weatherwise every now and then, but yeah, very impressive. Lucky sounds sick. He's just very tired.
Yeah, woke up at 6:45 this morning.
Yeah, no thank you.
I didn't really have a choice.
I can't believe this, bro. We've got they changed it to 2-minute scans. Hallelujah.
Why did
Let's go. Let's go. It was 4 to 5 minute scans. Now it's 2-minute scans.
possibly trying to? I mean, I
I
don't know.
I
Almost
think
looks
it's
like
back
a
on the
donut.
ground.
Almost looks like a donut hole,
I
or at least
it
attempting.
probably's never lifted, y'all, because this is in a rural area. So I imagine that CC was just it not picking up anything more than dirt. Holy crap! That's a lot of velocity. Holy cow, man!
You know that velocity is crazy.
Is this in the 5 sig or the 2 sig? About to find
This
out.
is, yeah. I was about to
Dead
say I'm about
center
to
of the
find out too.
5 sig.
Yeah,
And see, if we were at the old outlooks, this would have just been an ordinary 5%. But instead, they had a significant risk in a 5% for the potential of a strong tornado. And look what we got right here. Definitely a strong tornado. Just a matter of if it's an intense tornado now, because that velocity is crazy. Let's see if we
you
can
know.
go. Yeah,
Um,
Lucky, if you want to, or if you're on GR2, go to the second level 4cc or even the third. And that looks.
I'm not
Was
playing
that?
anything. Don't worry. That was me. Yeah, don't worry. You
I have
said
streamer mode. Why is it making those notifications? It shouldn't be set. It shouldn't be doing it. Go to CC and just go 2 to 3 tilts up, and you can see the debris a little bit better on that triangle,
yeah.
especially the third one.
Oh yeah, I definitely see that.
You see the CC from OKC radar. What?
Look at this. Look at this. How
Mm,
do I get rid of this arrow?
nah. I don't think that's. Oh, gracious! It
Look at
just
that.
hit something.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap! It just hit something. I hope it
Yeah.
wasn't the houses right there. By the way, still not observed, chat. Still not observed, by the way. Still radar
Still
indicated.
not. That's so crazy.
We saw CC. This was unwarned. Then they radar indicated warned it. And now we've got a huge CC, and it's still not observed. Gracious. This could be lofting debris significantly higher than 7K now. What arrow are you talking about, though?
Oh, huh?
You said getting rid of an arrow?
Right here. Look, this thing.
Oh, yeah, that's the arrow on weatherwise. Go to the top. Yeah, go to that. See if that's anything there.
I mean,
Oh, wait, I think I saw it. Go back to that. Storm tracks near the bottom above the unlock. Okay, no, that's not it. I didn't even know they added that. Here, what I'll do is
Huh.
I'll keep you guys on this screen real quick.
Actually, mute my stream just in case if for some reason something starts blaring.
Okay, it's muted just in case. I'll find it real quick,
Yeah.
Lucky.
All right. Because that's kind of annoying. It's like dead center in the middle of the
The
of the
screen.
velocities.
Oh,
Oh, that just updated.
mine says radar indicated still. Is it observed?
Wait, at 8:16 p.m. Central. That was just now. They still say
It's
a
still
severe.
on the ground. There's still a crazy
Yeah,
velocity in
it
CC.
says at 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm likely
Yeah, they
producing a
just
tornado.
likely
Wait.
producing a tornado.
Oh, so okay, so it's kind of like what, like half confirmed, half not? What? How does that work?
That sounds
Hazard,
like the
tornado, and half
severe.
dollar size hail.
That sounds like the severe warning, not the tornado. But they did update the tornado. Yeah, a severe
No, it
thunderstorm
is.
likely producing a tornado. What the heck?
I mean, it said the hazard is a tornado and half dollar size hail.
Buddy, this is
Either
about as
way,
observed as it gets for a tornado.
yeah, yeah. Either way, y'all. Even though it's not confirmed, please go to your safe spot.
Oh yeah,
Like,
100 trillion percent. Yeah,
I,
for
I,
sure. No
just
matter
because
what, you
it's
got to be in your safe spot because
yeah, because
it
no,
is a
this is
tornado warning. Lucky, go
like
to the bottom left, and then yeah, no, you were right. Left, a little more. Left. That, yeah. Scroll down. Let's see, up a bit. Up a bit more. Okay, you have storm tracks off. I don't even know what that is, dude. Oh, I got it. Okay. Top right, the triangle. Settings. And storm motion arrows. There you go. Now we can
yeah.
see the velocity.
Exit. Hello.
Okay, that might be more of Fallout. We'll have to see the next scan. But that CC doesn't look as lined up.
No, these velocities are crazy.
What the heck? Nobody told me we had a 2.25-inch hail report.
Where?
It's down in Texas. I never saw
Oh,
that.
velocities just updated.
Man, see, weatherwise be getting these radar updates before GR2 now. That's how fast they are.
Yeah, that's I like weatherwise a lot.
Why the heck is it still not observed? Like, hello? Are you guys were really telling me a minute ago to go look at OKC's radar? So we're gonna take a new analysis radar and go to OKC. You guys were telling me you could see deep CC from OKC.
Mm, wait a minute.
Okay, let me go back some. I don't see
I don't know, TJ,
deep
what
CC, but I do see potentially debris up to 8,000 feet there.
I would say. I don't know.
I think that's
Just
still
watch.
your debris ball right there. So I think this thing's lofted debris past 9,000 feet now at this point.
Oh, for sure. I definitely no. I 100% agree.
If we can get a better 3D on that.
I would say watch the like back end of the storm, but I can't really tell yet.
213. Okay, so if I can do a little bit like that, that should be good. So I believe that's your CC. I believe that's your debris lofted up right there, which goes to
Yeah.
roughly 8,000 feet.
Oh yeah. Watch the back end of the storm. It's how do you call it? It almost looks like what was the hook is detaching from the storm and moving to like
Yeah.
the back of the storm.
So Lucky's talking about this being the ongoing tornado. and potentially another hook maybe trying to be a mezzo handoff back here.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I could be totally wrong,
It looks
but
like the
that's just
gracious flashbang. Holy cow. I just got flashbang by College DuPage over here. What's up with their satellite, man? It looks like that could still possibly be on the ground. I can't really tell. Either way, you still got to be in your safe spot here if you're in this tornado warning. Again, going up to Cleo Springs. But this thing should be starting to occlude.
I'm still gonna keep an eye on it,
Hey,
even
is
if it.
that... is that debris in the base of the supercell or hail?
Or is it
Because
almost?
if you loop the reflectivity, it matches up with the reflectivity, but then that's also near the same time when the tornado touched down too.
Yeah. No, I see what
So
you
I
mean.
want to say the base of this, like back in here, is probably hail.
I mean, the hail marker on GR2 is saying 3.5. So if it is hail,
Gracious.
pretty big hail. I mean, the DBZ almost kind of proves it, honestly.
And we do have a hail spike there too from CC.
It could be mixed, honestly, with this. I mean, you never know. Yeah, look, watch the back end of the storm.
I'm
You
thinking
you can see
all
the
that is
structure
hail,
starting
but
to.
there's definitely some debris fallout in here. Yeah, it's about a recycle, huh?
Yeah, no, it's definitely recycling. Cause look at the structure now. Like if you look at
So
it like
yeah, this is
close up, you can definitely see the
probably
inflow.
it's probably lifted and a new tornado is trying to form again.
Yeah, cause no, that it's about to be some nice inflow if it can just clear out. That would, I mean, that's looking, that's what it's looking like. That's what it's doing. Cause you could definitely tell the structure of it is definitely changed, but that also could be because it's more high definition because we're getting closer to the radar site.
Yeah,
It's not that
very
far
true.
away from it.
The biggest problem is we're scanning through the hail core,
Yeah, that's. So if it was on like
the
more
southeast
like
side. That would be
yeah, that's
perfect.
yeah. Like if the southeast side of the storm was facing the radar, yeah, that would
Yep.
be
For
so basically
instance,
it would
if
have
we
to
were
be a lot more west
like
and north.
northwest of where the OKC radar site is, if we had like one right in here looking into the storm, that'd be perfect. We just got our first significant severe of the day. 1.75-inch hail observed heading towards Wellington, Texas. That's in the panhandle of Texas. I still can't believe we never got a confirmed warning.
You know, I can't like comprehend that either. Like
This is definitely going to ramp up again for sure. Like
no,
Lucky
definitely
was
give it.
saying.
Oh wow, yep.
Did it?
Look at that. Yep.
Come on, bro. How's Lucky getting scans? I need better Wi-Fi.
You can literally look at my screen.
Oh, wow.
This was before. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I forgot. Otherwise, it isn't like this. Wait. All right.
Yeah, look at the
That was.
clearing happening in here.
Dude, no, that clearing is. Yeah, no, that clearing is starting to get
Yep, there goes the
pretty crazy.
velocities too. This is going to ramp up probably pretty quick. Right in here like Lucky was calling out a couple minutes ago. Hold on, y'all. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to change that. That way you guys can see the tornado warnings and the severe warnings. Because I had tornado watch on that, and that was just taking up too many counties. There you go. So now the bottom of the screen only shows severe warnings and tornado warnings. I don't think it's on the ground anymore.
No, yeah, I don't think so right now, but
It's about to be.
It's about to be.
This thing is gonna try to recycle quick. This is what low cape, high shear does. Even though we're actually decent on cape up here.
Wait a minute.
I know this was pretty close to the boundary. What is this, 1,000 cape? Oh yeah, this is very favorable.
TRG, look at the left side of the storm. I don't want to say. I
This
don't know.
isn't
I
the
don't want to
best
be
environment that we have today, y'all.
I don't want to be like dead wrong, but I mean, look at the left side. I want to almost say a cell split. It almost looks like it could happen. What do you think?
Oh, like over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
near 412.
the second patch of hail.
Yeah, hail and red DBZ.
Yeah.
It almost looks like it's like going further and further away from it, and it's just becoming more isolated with that storm. You know, the tornado warning is becoming more isolated.
I mean, either way, that won't affect it much.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna affect them much, but I mean, the more isolated, the more like discreet it is. Well,
The better for the
yeah,
storm, worse for us.
better for the storm. Yeah.
I mean, you could see the whole northern cluster of this storm just took off. Like,
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't be
look at
surprised
that.
if that is
Like, this is
doing
just,
so.
it's pretty much a complete discrete storm right now because that whole northern cell is almost in Kansas now. It is in Kansas now, actually. Because this used to be one big cluster.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Then yeah. All right. Then yeah, I do think it's doing
Like, look,
another like
I'll do
mini cell
a
split.
screenshot. I'll show you how this
Yeah.
started. This is how it's going.
Yeah. Definitely show me that.
You could see that northern side took off quickly.
Oh yeah.
Even from the get-go, you could see this was starting to look like a supercell.
Yeah. It's got that whole like structure. You can draw it out.
Yeah, it's got the curvature to it.
Yep.
That's because of the wind shear.
That high wind shear, man.
Yep. I think it's last time I checked it was like almost 400 shear up here.
I'm telling y'all, man. If you get anything that is gonna start clustered and go to the spree
500 0 to 1 kilometer SRH.
right now, in this environment where this is at,
Yeah, from meso analysis.
what's the cape like there?
1,300.
See, that's plenty.
Yep.
That's plenty. I definitely think that this is definitely. Oh wow.
The problem was the lapse rates. That was the problem because they were at like 5. Gracious day. Yeah, this is about to drop.
No. That is. I wouldn't be surprised if it. What's in front of
it's
the
in
storm?
5.5 lapse rates, Lucky, and that's why we thought nothing was going to happen up here.
It's rural. It's in a rural area. Looks like. Oh. Yeah, very rural.
Yeah, relatively.
It's a lot of
rural.
fields. That's good.
Not
It's
very
a lot of
rural,
fields.
but relatively rural. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, relative. Well, luckily it's not like 5 miles to the east. Look at that.
Yo, yeah, it'd be
Look.
over Clio Springs. These areas here, Fairview.
Fairview. No, I'm looking at Fairview.
This is gonna be a very close call for what is this town name?
The one with the is that
Yeah,
is that a
yep.
O?
Or
Or Orienta?
Yeah, something like that. Orienta.
Orientation, but just without the taste. Yeah. You get
Orienta.
my
Bro.
bad.
I think it's Orienta.
Yeah, Orienta.
It's gonna be a very close call for Orienta, Oklahoma.
No, definitely I think it's gonna be a close call. If this somehow shifts anywhere to the east or more northeast, that's that'd be worst case scenario, I feel like.
Orienta looks like one farm, like a farmstead. You know what this I'm gonna text it to you.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Oh.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
What the heck?
yeah,
What is that
please be in your safe zone.
presentation? Oh my goodness.
Please be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot.
Wow.
No,
What the
dude,
heck?
if it was daytime, oh man. That storm, like, as much as I hate it, I mean, dude, no, that would be a pretty good looking storm in person.
Pretty good looking.
I'm being so for real. Like the structure of it, it would be cool looking. The outcome of of that, not good at all, whatsoever, at all. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a
Gracious. Thankfully, the velocity is not that bad.
don't please don't jinx it.
Orient, Oklahoma. ORI. Yeah. Autocorrect ain't gonna tell me if this is right or not. If it's spelled correctly. Okay, let's go back to put that tornado warning back on. Severe thunderstorm watch just got issued.
They haven't extended it either yet. I mean, yeah, wow. That's just
Yeah, they'll extend it in a little bit because it's
yeah, probably
getting
what, like 5 minutes,
just
maybe.
pretty soon.
Oh, this
There you
is
go.
oh
Wait,
wait, did they?
wait. Nope, it's a beep. Never mind. It was just a disk extension.
Ah,
Yep.
well, did they update at least?
Yeah, they updated
Oh,
it. It's still radar indicated, but
ah,
they just disk extended it.
it's moving northeast, so out Cleo Springs. I mean, you're in the warning, so you should be in your safe spot. But
I'm
I don't know.
screenshotting that.
Let me see.
That is crazy.
You know, Cleo Springs definitely needs to like watch out because that's it almost looks like it's heading towards them. But yet again, it depends how fast this thing like this whole hook wraps around and stuff, and who knows, it could try and recycle again.
Yeah,
Hopefully that's not the case.
Orienta and Cleo Springs needs to obviously be in their safe spot. It's going to be a very close call. But thankfully, yeah,
Let's see, hold on, let me see.
not a big velocity signature yet, but man, that hook is holy crap. You can't get more classic than that.
I mean, in Cleo
That's
Springs, you have
definitely Oklahoma. Definitely Oklahoma supercell right there.
it says the estimated population of Cleo Springs, Oklahoma is 277 people.
Yep.
So definitely a
That
small
seems
town.
about right because that warning has a population of 601.
Yeah, so it makes sense.
Holy crap. Still not a uptick on velocity yet, but that should happen very soon. Look at that inflow, Lucky. Like, oh my goodness.
I told you, I was like, dude, this info is about to like be insane.
That is a
Like
ginormous inflow notch. Can't even call that a notch anymore because it's huge. Like, look at all that inflow. Typically, it's a small area, but like this thing's got so much inflow.
like that's what you don't want to see with the storm like this is that good of inflow, because that inflow with the right environment, which is what we have.
Can ramp up
Well,
quickly.
lapse rates. I mean, you have everything else. Lapse rates could be higher, yes, but still, either way, this environment in general and just the structure of the storm, not not good.
Yeah, you can see, by the way, you got these red velocities on the north side there, and then the green and blues here. So all it takes is for those two to connect, and that's how we can easily get a very intense tornado.
Apparently, velocity is broken, so who knows what it actually could be.
I mean,
Corn,
it's
corn
just
have been
the
here.
there's the corruption in here. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the corruption.
yeah.
Yeah. So all of this is just bad data right in here. And then you can see also range folding, so that's bad data too.
Now the whole hook is detaching. It feels like.
Wait, what's the next scan look like then? I don't see it
No, yeah,
detaching.
no,
It still looks like a crazy hook to
look.
me.
No, it's still a crazy hill, but look at my screen real quick.
Hmm.
I don't have epic pen. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah. Press
Watch right
D.
here. Wait, hold on. No, I'm saying like the DBZ gets lighter like around here, you know. Like yes, you can
Yeah.
still see it's a clear hook. But I don't know. I don't know what the storm is doing.
You can press D to draw, by the way.
I can't.
Yep.
Who needs that epic pen anymore? I wonder
So
what his
what I
next
like to
scan.
do is I press D and then I grab it and put it at the bottom right. And then I could just press D, draw, and then unpress D.
Does the X clear it, or does it just close it?
That
Oh,
closes
okay,
it. So you hit the trash can.
okay.
I have to learn some more of these shortcuts. Now that hook is getting a little bit closer to the base of the supercell, it looks like. Let me go to this here. It looks like it's getting closer to that base. This is the base of the supercell right in there. And this is the hook. Our hook is right in there, and then it goes back up to the base. Looks like that hook is getting closer to the base of the storm. That's called an occlusion process. But here's the problem. As that's getting closer to the base of the storm, you know what it's going to do? It's going to tighten up that inflow. So instead of that, and oh my goodness, what is that scan?
Give me 1 minute, okay?
That is a weird looking scan. But instead of it being like a large area of inflow, it might be a smaller area of inflow. And I wonder if that could increase the rotation. I'll have to see on this next scan in 10 seconds. Here comes the scan. Uh-huh. Yep, it is. You can see those red velocities have gotten closer to the blue and the green. So because that large inflow, it was huge, you go back here, you see this huge inflow. And if you go to right now, that inflow has closed up quite a bit. So it looks like that's starting to tighten it up. But the thing is, this might occlude before it can really tighten those velocities up. We'll have to see if those velocities are going to stay, are going to keep on increasing. See if the velocities increase or if they're going to decrease if this starts to occlude.
You have my stream muted, correct?
Yeah, but not you.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to be muted
Man.
anyways.
Look at that hook, Lucky. Does it look a little different?
Yeah, whoa. I looked
whole,
away for 2 minutes.
whole
Literally two
structure
minutes.
changed.
Wait. I mean, I guess you could say it kind of detached a little bit. It
This thing looks
definitely looks
crazy
like
in 3D.
I don't know. This thing might try with this environment. I think it could try again. You can already see it kind of almost trying. I feel like. Let me see what do velocities look. Oh, Maybe.
Radar indicated a big old extension. How long is that for? It says for an hour, but I'm guessing it's a little less than that.
I didn't even get it yet.
There
So
it
okay,
is.
so I found
48.
it. So you get the warnings early, I get the scans early. So now
48
we're kind
minutes
of
for
fair.
that. Okay,
It's
let's
trying to make up for it. They heard you complaining.
look at that, dude. That is crazy.
Ben, no, it was not. The strongest warning that they had was likely producing a tornado. Not was. Dude,
I'm
look at
gonna
that,
send the
look at that
screenshot to
3D.
Lucky.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
about to say, look at that 3D. Dude, that you could just tell.
I didn't know you
Oh,
were watching my
dude,
stream. Freaky.
bro.
That's some amazing stuff right there. If we can do a bigger box here,
See,
y'all.
see if I can see if I can experience that in a
Look at
like
that.
if I could be in person to see that in a field, dude, that would be like a dream to see something like that. I mean, I got close. I guess I could say. Dude, look, you can see it. Look, go back. Yeah.
Like the whole
Well,
storm
hold up.
rotating, it looks like.
You could see it rotating on 3D. You can almost look. All right, go to like the set. Like, all right, go to the last frame.
Okay.
I'll see how
Newest
bad the
frame.
delay is. All right. No, wait, move it back. Wait, no, wait, no. Okay, yeah, look at that. Look at that at the last frame, like where like you I don't know, is that a wall cloud? Can you tell if that's a wall cloud from 3D?
It's a giant mezzo, that's what it is.
It's definitely a giant mezzo for sure.
Yeah, it's a huge mezzo.
Dude, no,
I can
that's some
nearly
crazy
guarantee
3D.
that it has a wall cloud with that
Oh,
type of
for sure.
mezzo.
Look at
Oh,
that
hey, look at Rot.
on GR2.
Either one. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
on the
that's.
ground, y'all?
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, we
Let's
got a
see.
chaser on it who
Do we?
possibly has a large stovepipe on the ground.
You want to text me the name, and I'll show you on my stream or screen stream. Same thing. Wait, DMs.
I'm pulling it up on my phone. I think this is on the ground. Big
Oh yeah, I'm
CC.
about to see. Oh, I think I see. I see it. I think that's it. Yeah, look at that. Teacher, look at that.
Oh man. The thing is you can't tell if that's making ground contact or not.
You can't. It's over the like trees. Wait, no. Is that a? No, that's yeah. You can't see that far. Oh
Come
yeah,
on,
look at
bro.
that, TRG.
Hey, get out the way.
Look at that, TRG.
Lucky, I think that's a huge wedge.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, no. Look at that screenshot. I think you might be right. I don't want to say that, but you might be. Yeah, no,
Yeah, no, that's a
yeah,
huge
no,
wedge.
yeah, no, yeah, no. That's a wedge. That is,
That is a
but
wedge tornado right there.
yo, I don't want to say it's on the ground, but I don't want to say it's not on the
No,
ground.
that's on the ground.
That's on the ground.
Yeah,
That's on the ground.
that's a huge wedge on the ground.
Yeah, no. I really hope the national. That
Is this
that's
going
yeah,
right for
it's
Cleo Springs?
yeah. Like I said earlier, it's
If it
going
turns
straight for
even
Clear
just the
Spring.
littlest bit, yeah.
Like I said, yeah.
We do have a cell merge coming in right behind the hook echo. I don't know if that's going to do anything. It could help it or it could completely kill it.
Oh, it's about to be 50-50, honestly. It could just knock the storm over, or it could just strengthen it a lot more than what it already is.
I know it's a wedge because we saw it from News Network.
The source, yeah, a reliable source to y'all.
A reliable source called a video camera streaming directly from Oklahoma, looking right at a big wedge tornado.
Yeah,
I think that's your debris signature right there, by the way, y'all.
bro. Mute me real quick.
All right, go ahead. Bro, what the heck? I wish.
I just wanted to tell you that. I thought it was kind of funny.
I don't see as good of a CC here, but doesn't mean it's not on
And
the
then
ground because it's probably
someone in the
over a
someone in here
field.
saying huge wall cloud. Uh, I don't know.
We had a little
Well,
CC on that last scan, not the newest one, but the one before. Oh, and it had a ZDR drop too. So there's a very high chance that that was a tornado there. Yeah, it's probably still on the ground. Like I said, it's just going over an open field, so there's not a lot to pick up. Again, this is heading for Clio Springs, Oklahoma.
yeah, Cleo Springs, please be in your safe spot. I think now you're in like the yeah, no, you're in the middle of it. It did turn TRG.
Yeah,
It turned. It turned. It's going way more northeast. See, that's what we didn't want to happen.
I'm really curious to see how this cell merge is going to look next scan. Is it
Yeah,
going
me
to
too.
some? It's
I'm
not in
staring
the
at the
inflow of it. That's the thing. If it was in the inflow, it'd cut it off and kill it. But it's like
uh
where the tornado is,
yeah,
pretty
yeah, my sim
much.
muted?
Yeah. Not you though. Not you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there's your cell merge. It just made the hook a lot fatter. Hopefully that killed the velocity somehow. Look how that looks on their radar, Lucky. That looks insane on their radar. I bet they're using WSV3.
I think so. I think that's what they're using. It looks like it, honestly. Just like it looks like a custom version.
Is this gonna miss Clio Springs for sure? It's gonna be
Uh,
extraordinarily close.
dude, no, it's gonna be like it's literally just gonna be hit or miss. Like I couldn't tell you honestly. It's literally gonna be hit or miss, and we're gonna find out when we find out. That's literally how it's gonna have to happen because I couldn't tell you.
It's gonna be very close. The bad thing is that this is likely a huge tornado. So there's if this shifts even the tiniest bit, there's a very good chance it will go through Clio Springs. It's gonna be very close. Still no observed tornado warning on this entire storm, by the way, for its entire lifespan. And we have had multiple debris signatures throughout this supercell's lifespan.
Mind you,
Has a horizontal
this is not the only.
vortice.
The tornado's not the only hazard, yo. This storm was dropping a tennis ball size hail. That's not some weak hail. I can confirm that from driving just through pea-sized and nickel-sized hail.
It says
It's
1.5.
trust me,
I
it's
don't.
not fun.
Is that tennis ball? I think tennis ball is 1.75.
Yeah, they said it's tennis ball. Let's see what the warning says.
It says 1.5. I don't think that's tennis ball.
That's right below. Whatever was that ping pong ball then?
Tennis ball is 2.5. 2.5, 2.75.
What? Let's see. Golf balls it says.
Yeah, ping pong sized hail typically is 1.5. Looks like that cell merge is kind of trying to occlude it, Lucky.
Huh?
Looks like that cell merge is trying to occlude it because now there's a lot of rain in the inflow.
Yeah, the inflow got cut off by that cell
Like
merger.
that velocity, man, if it gets any tighter, holy crap. Like that is strong inbound and outbound winds just waiting to connect. Just check ZDR, check spectrum width. Yeah, that may be a debris signature there, y'all. However, we can't make that call, and the reason why is because it's very light. and you have a hail core contaminating it. However, we've had a video feed confirming a tornado's been on the ground for at least 5 minutes. All right, let's go back to weatherwise here. These storms are just big hail threats, isolated wind threats back here. I'll go back to GR2 again. I think this missed Cleo Springs. Because of that cell merge. I think that cell merge helped push it more north. It definitely did. That cell merge hit it and pushed the hook more north.
Like I said, it was either going to do one of two things. It was going to help the storm or it was going to topple it over. I think it toppled it over right now for the time being. Because it just, that, like you said, that like northern shift when that cell merger came through.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might have just put it just past Cleo Springs, like to the northwest.
Yep. It started the occlusion process, which, if you don't know, y'all, so we can kind of draw this out. So just assuming the tornado stayed on track, assuming it was a straight line, right? It just stayed like this and it started heading for Cleo Springs. If it occludes, which it did, that means it would turn up like this and then dissipate. Now, sometimes that's a sharp turn. Other times that's a more gradual turn. It could turn up like this, way more gradual, or it could turn up sharply and then occlude very rapidly. And that's what the occlusion process is. Now, sometimes you got to be careful. An occlusion process doesn't mean it's going to lift. Most of the time it does. But in 2024, we saw an occlusion process actually be the continuation of a violent tornado in southwestern Oklahoma. What happened was it was moving to the northwest. It started the occlusion process, stayed on the ground, did a full-on loop-de-loop, and then continued. So an occlusion process doesn't always mean it's going to lift. And then I'm pretty sure 2024, we also had a tornado that did a double occlusion process, and both times it just looped back around. We had 2 loops on it. And that might be the same storm. That might be the one in southwest Oklahoma that I'm thinking of. Back on the ground. I still don't think it's lifted.
I think it just got really weak and then just ran back up because of the environments, and you could tell that inflow is starting to clear out a little bit more too. You can see it.
The thing is, it's not like sharpened that hook right now.
Yeah.
Like you don't have that clear hook echo like we did a few scans ago.
But you could definitely tell where it would be and like where that inflow would be or is at.
I think it's probably going to lift in an attempt to recycle.
Yeah, again, I agree.
And I'd be watching that cell merge on the bottom right to its southeast.
I'll be watching this storm as a whole. Look at it, just it's definitely getting it's definitely going faster. I'll tell you that.
Let's see.
And it's getting close to the radar, so like really close.
I mean, I don't know what's gonna end this storm.
I don't know. I mean, there's nothing really around it, honestly, except for some tiny cell mergers.
The environment's good for a while.
Oh, yep. Look, Tears, look at my screen. Look at that. Yep.
Oh, yep. Look, wow, that ramped up instantly.
Yeah. No, it.
What the heck?
Wait. Okay. So I'm going back here.
I don't think it ever occluded, y'all. I think it just shifted a bit. Wow.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But look at that, TRG.
Large multi-vortex. It looks like it's a large multi-vortex.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it.
Because I can't see like a very definitive cone in there.
Huge meso, though. I could definitely tell you that. Huge meso.
All right, so now this is going to be heading towards McWheely in Oklahoma. It's heading right towards McWheelie, Oklahoma. And I'd like to
No,
see this new
it looks
mesoanalysis
multi-vortex.
soon. Because I'd be starting to get a little bit worried about the storm behind this one. And thinking that that could potentially do the same thing. Gracious day. So I would be definitely watching this storm closely as it moves northeast into that high shear environment. We got to wait for mesoanalysis to update because I need to see if that wind shear is moving to the northeast or if that wind shear is just staying in place where it is. All right, next scan here should be in about 15 seconds, maybe 45. Oh, the new 01H triple R, 01Z. Ooh, 02Z actually came in. Yeah, that has it going till, yeah, at least another hour, like you said. Not as good of a hook on that next scan, thankfully. Let's see. It is 03Z, yeah. I don't see a reason why this storm would stop being tornadic anytime soon. Think it's running out of Cape? Nope, Cape's lifting more north. The Cape's going to go north with time. So the Cape's going to essentially follow this storm. And then the wind shear is already in place. So I think this will go till at least midnight Eastern. I think we'll continue to deal with this being a problem. I don't see this dying anytime soon. It's probably going to be a problem all the way up into the Kansas-Oklahoma border. New scan, not as impressive of a inflow notch there, but the velocity's picked up considerably. What's he talking about with that storm, Lucky? Wake up. Uh-oh, Lucky died.
Nuh-uh.
What's he
My
talking
bad,
about
bro.
with that storm? He mentioned the one to the south. I'm wondering if he's talking about a cell merge. New something with a
No, it's
tornado warning.
he's talking about it's a
Yep,
supercell.
Texas. Texas tornado warning.
No, look to it, look to that storm. Yeah, you can already see it trying to like get that supercell look. It's definitely
Yeah, it's got the curvature look to it. But I'm pretty sure that's going to merge with the storm before it ends up becoming anything tornadic. Oh, I think it's trying to occlude again. Looks like it's attempting to occlude again. Wait for velocities here in 10 seconds. Let's see how that looks. Still looks pretty good. We got something for a tornado warning, maybe a disk extension. Yep. Disk extension. Turn my mic up a little bit because I've gotten quiet. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning too. This is just north of Memphis, Texas. Lucky, you think that storm in Oklahoma has some lightning?
nah, nah, not really. It's only a few. If you really think about it, man, totally, definitely not like just 12 right there.
Like, what is that? That's like 4 strikes a second. Like, look at that, Lucky.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yo, get this thing off my screen.
It's like almost day. with how much it's flashing. Might be like
It might be
6 a
doing another
second.
handoff.
I mean, all I know is that that hook's ran out of inflow now.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, well, it just magically made a new hook echo.
Yep, another
It
handoff.
wasn't even a handoff. It's the same hook. It just magically came back.
I think it's also kind of like trying to do a handoff, but I can't really tell.
Yeah, HRRR has this continuing till like 1 a.m.
Our time or their
our
time?
time.
Uh,
That's what I was
with this one
thinking.
storm?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's the instability is just going to follow it, and the wind shear is already in place, so there's just nothing stopping this storm for hours.
They knew if a storm got discreet, it would act like this.
Yep.
That's why we got that 5 sig
Oh my goodness, that new velocity scan.
or 5 sig 1. I don't know how I'm supposed to call it now.
Yep, it's Sig 1, yeah.
So now I have to start saying 5% significant 1
5
or just sig
5%
1.
Sig 1, yeah.
So wait, so is there 5% sig 3?
No,
It's just sig 1,
and Sig 2 for 5%.
and then once you get to 10%, that's when you get a 3,
I believe you can get a Sig 3 10%.
and that's the highest it goes is 3.
Let's see. Sig
Or does it go
3
4?
10%. Yeah, Sig 3 is as high as it gets for tornado and wind, and then for hail, it's only Sig 2.
Okay. I'm still sorry, I'm still new to this whole new SPC map.
We all are. You should have
I
heard me
still
the
have so
last
many
2 days, man. I was confusing everybody. I was not explaining good at all. What is that hook? This storm looks very weird right now. Yep, and here goes this cell merge. I don't think that cell merge is going to do much, though, because it's well outside of the inflow over here. It wouldn't shock me if this thing's just been on the ground the entire time since Cleo Springs. Since right here. I think it was on the ground, so I believe that, it touched down here unwarned, tracked to the northeast, lifted at some point west of Fairview, lifted some point probably in here roughly. Some point right in here, lifted, recycled, touched back down near Orienta, Cleo Springs, and it wouldn't shock me if it's just been on the ground ever since. And if not, it's been up and down. So like we're almost maxed out on NROT. According to NROT, that velocity is the strongest velocity it's ever been, Lucky.
ever.
Yeah, if you just want to take a look at that yourself. You can just look at
But
the velocity on weatherwise too. That will really show you.
bro,
That is extremely impressive, dude.
uh,
What is that? That's like 90 and 44. I mean, it's not like crazy. NROT is really insane with that though for some reason. Strongest tornado of the year by far, yeah.
oh yeah, for sure.
Say something again?
Huh?
Oh my word. Accidentally turned down the volume on my end. I didn't hear Lucky. I want to pre-rate this so bad. Well, thankfully it looks like it's been over relatively rural areas thus far.
I mean, yeah, you're right. That I think that summer to save the Cleo Springs though.
Here, y'all. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. We follow the tornado. Look at that. I love GR2 for this. follows the tornado automatically. Very, very impressive stuff right there. Yeah, Lucky. What I did was I turned on storm motion. Look at this area of rotation now. DMs.
Wow.
I'm gonna try to fix that though, because I low-key don't like that. Oh, I hate that. There you go. All right. Think it's occluding now, Lucky, but I bet it's gonna recycle.
Yep. I think it already is.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go turn this on real quick. Put it over here. Lucky knows what I'm doing if he looks at that time. You're right. I think it already is trying to recycle. Oh, man. That is wild. Lucky, are you on Instagram? Okay.
I'm
Because
actually not.
here, I'll just text you.
I know exactly what you're about to say.
Hey, Lucky.
Yo.
Real quick, you just want to go to that Texas tornado warning. Go down and read the hazard out loud. Panhandle.
All right.
Also typo.
The National Weather Service in Amarillo has issued a tornado warning for, okay, we're gonna skip that part, until 9:30. At 8:58 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles north of Memphis, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Hazard: tornado and tennis ball size hail. Source: radar
Dang.
indicated rotation.
Are you
And
reading the right one? Bro, yours isn't updated. Refresh. Okay, now reread that one, not the extension. Just read the hazard so you can skip all the stuff.
multiple
There you go.
tornadoes.
Oh, now it's observed. Damaging tornado. So this is a tornado
Yeah.
on the ground now in Texas. So we got a tornado on the ground somewhere out here in the panhandle of Texas. Marilla, near Marilla in Texas. I say somewhere because I really can't tell where the rotation is. And it finally looks like our storm up here has occluded. So I don't think that's on the ground anymore. All right. Lucky, I got to take a quick break. So if you just want to yap,
Yeah, I got you.
I'll be right back. Give me like about 5 minutes, a little longer break.
All right, y'all. Well, before I start, hope everyone had a great day today. It was a good day for me. If y'all wanted to know. But for any of these tornado warnings, y'all, if you get put under any tornado warnings, please go to your safe spot. Do not hesitate. Just go straight to your safe spot. And this tornado warning in Texas, it's an observed tornado. Uh A confirmed tornado was located near Quail, or 13 miles northwest of Wellington, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Source: Storm Chaser video confirmed tornado. I'm doing I'm doing good, Misty. I'm doing pretty good. Lucky, how does this tornado get observed, but the way more violent one doesn't? Honestly, I couldn't tell you, but I mean they I'm guessing. I mean, this isn't in a separate state, so maybe their like way of doing it of confirming is different. But it did say for this one in Texas that it was the source was a storm chaser video confirmed a tornado. Now I know we had a storm chaser on the other storm that had a tornado at one point and it didn't go confirmed. That I don't know what happened there. Haley, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing okay. Legacy, it is. It's not. It's not too bad yet. It's not bad yet. It's it's slowly but surely getting harder and harder. So,
Are you talking about
uh,
college again?
Legacy asked.
Right when I got back here.
Yeah, no, but I was talking about weather though. No, I just
Okay,
started
I
talking about it.
trust you. I trust you. How long was that? Like 10
It's like
minutes?
2, 3 minutes.
Oh.
I don't even think that was. Actually, wait, what song is this? My bad, y'all. Something's gotta keep me up.
Whoa.
Yeah, no.
Wait, look at the new velocities on that Oklahoma storm.
Oh,
Like, why did it just go gate to gate out of nowhere?
chat. I do. Chat. I gotta ask y'all a question though. It's about weather. Trust me, Tier. I got it. Trust. I gotta ask y'all this. If you know me, you know I'm not gonna miss out on any chase days. If I can chase, I'm gonna chase. If I have a if I have a risk. Do y'all think this is gonna be for the people that have watched me and TRG for a while and know the struggles that we've been through trying to chase and attempt to see a tornado in an empty field? Do y'all think that this year is the year that we get it, or at least one of us
No.
gets it? TRG, you vote no.
Brett's North Carolina, unless you somehow get me on a plane and go to Oklahoma. No.
No,
There's
I'll
no
go to
way.
South Carolina. I'll go to South Carolina. I'll go to like Northern Virginia. I do that for like a enhanced, maybe a moderate. I do the drive. So I, s- I saw one yes. Caden says no. Uh, Belton House said no. Ben said no. Legacy said you gotta believe. I'm believing. I was so close last year, y'all. Let me put that on the record. I actually saw the end of it,
He
but
literally did. Like, I saw it on his stream rope out.
and then fun fact: when I lost contact with TRG, I saw another funnel, but that's just my word against everyone else's. But I could definitely confirm that thing was spinning. Like
Oh,
when I
that
say
was
spinning,
crazy.
no, that thing was spinning. Oh, I got drone pictures. I mean, do you want to show them if I can find it? Would you
I
want
know
to show them?
I can't.
Oh, you can't.
Mm-mm. I think this is
Okay.
another tornado on the ground, by the way.
Yeah, no. I mean, look at velocity. You can tell. Man, the velocity is the shape of a supercell.
What does that mean?
Yo, I don't know. Look at it. You cannot tell me that you cannot draw a supercell structure out of that.
I kind of can.
I
Actually,
can
if
see
you
the inflow.
just start right here.
Exactly.
Wow, that's a classic supercell.
But little do y'all know, that's velocity.
Like those people who end up using like freaking um green tornado warnings or something.
Yeah,
Then
yeah, yeah,
they
yeah,
have
yeah.
velocity as their reflectivity color table. Like I saw one was literally clouds as your color table. So like literally every DBZ was just gray. Some wild color tables out there, y'all. But yeah, pretty sure we got maybe a weak tornado ongoing here. I'm not 100% sure, but ZDR has lower value there. You have a little red spectrum with ball, and rot is present, velocity is present, and then your reflectivity is present. Oh, okay. Now I am for certain that that is a tornado.
Yeah, me too. Actually, let's see.
A
Let's
new
see this real
scan
quick.
has a debris ball. We'll give it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, that is for sure on the ground. For sure, another tornado on the ground. This one just east of McWillie in Oklahoma. And look at the inflow clearing out again, out of
Yeah.
nowhere. The inflow in two
This time,
scans.
I don't know. I think this one
Look at
could be
that.
like crazy.
2 scans. It went from completely gone to completely open. Wow. You know what could end this storm? I just saw it. Look to the south. Lucky, look to the south. Go to your radar, look south. That could end the storm. At least it would disrupt it, but that probably
This storm
would
still
hurt it.
got. I think the storm still got like 45 minutes though.
Yeah, before that
I
gets
don't.
to it, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's moving that fast.
I don't know, if you
I
look at
don't know if those storms are.
reflectivity, that stuff's hauling.
I mean, it is.
Oh my debris ball! Lucky, you gotta look at that. Lucky, you gotta look at that. Oh my word. Go back to GR2. That color table is horrible. That is a big CC drop.
Yeah, that's. And
And please
mind
tell
you,
me they finally observed it. It's still not observed. I thought that was them observing it.
yeah, mind you, this is still not confirmed.
It's
At least by
never
the
been
National Weather Service.
confirmed. They've never confirmed a tornado with this storm. Yep, still radar indicated. 12 minutes. Dude, that velocity too. Oh my word, this might be strong. The CC isn't being lofted up too high up yet, of roughly about 2,000 feet up. But that is a deep CC and a strong velocity signature. Wow. Yeah, like I can loop. This is the entire storm's lifespan here since it was tornado warning. This was the first tornado warning they put out. You could see all the updates. None of them turned blue. And for me, a blue warning is observed. I see wind turbines. It might have hit wind turbines, Sam. I think it hit a wind turbine, Lucky. I'm pretty sure it hit one of these two. I think it hit this one. I'm pretty sure it hit this wind turbine directly. Holy crap. Still over 2,000 feet. Look at that. Oh my word. Lucky, look at... Oh my word. NROT is maxed out.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, wow, look at
PDS,
that.
PDS observed.
Yeah, yep. There we go. That's why it took them so long. But still, that took a little too long.
That definitely took too long.
Way too long.
Wow, there you go.
That fast, y'all.
So we now have a PDS tornado warning in effect here across north central Oklahoma. My apologies, y'all. I'm trying to fix this time. There you go. So there you go. We now have a PDS tornado warning for, is that Helena? In Oklahoma. So make sure you are in your safe spot. This is a particularly dangerous situation, which means a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed, and you need to seek shelter immediately to protect life and property. Okay. Goes up to 10K, I think. I'll look. Let's see this. Oh, well, that CC fully fell apart. Oh my word, it does. You're right. It goes up way higher. I don't know if it goes all the way up to 10K, but at least 7K. We'll see if this occludes right here and now. All right, velocity still has pretty strong velocity. Not nearly as strong, but still strong. Dude, that was a wild CC drop, though. Wow. You had dark blue CC all the way up till 3,000 feet, and then a noticeable CC all the way up till at least 7,000. And we still have an observed tornado warning back there in Texas. Those mergers are hauling north, Lucky. They are coming for this storm, man. They are not slowing down.
Oh, wow. It was that. Wait, look at that in the back. It's in a. Look.
Am I not seeing it?
That's the whole thing.
I can't tell, Lucky. I ain't gonna lie.
No, that's. Yo. Someone tell this dude to go straight. Oh, wrong way. Oh, man.
We'll see if it comes back on this next scan or not. Yep, stronger CC. Or not stronger CC. Stronger velocities, weaker CC. Wow. Oh, something just updated again. Continuation of the PDS tornado warning. That is a very populated PDS tornado warning. Well, actually, maybe it's not. This is actually a relatively rural area. I just thought it would be populated because it's such a large warning, but actually doesn't look like a whole lot out here. Over 1,800 people. That's a lot of people. Over 1,800 people in that new warning. Yeah, this is still in the most prime environment, Lucky. The storm in Texas and this storm in Oklahoma are both in a equally as favorable environment for strong tornadoes.
Dang.
Only problem is the one in Texas we don't have a good radar on.
Yeah. Wow, look at that new scan.
I'm getting it in 5 seconds. Let's see what this shows. I can't even make out the CC. Holy crap. That's all the CC right there, huh? That is all
That's
debris, specifically right there. It looks like right there. Oh my goodness. We are fully maxed out on NROT now. You can see we are at white on NROT. That cannot go any higher. That
No,
product has been
dude,
maxed.
no. I need this dude. Mute me.
Go ahead. Wow. Yeah. I'm hoping this doesn't go right for Jet, but it's looking like it might go pretty close to Jet. All right, I'm going to unmute you. Wow. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this is a large wedge tornado. Wow, actually, Lucky, you
Yep.
want to go to GR2 and look at spectrum width? That's the SW product. The yellow pixels going into the storm, that is the inflow being so strong that spectrum width is picking up on it, and it might even, the inflow might be picking up some debris, and then that leads to the main debris ball. So the
Dude.
inflow on this is so strong that spectrum width is now picking up very intense winds.
You know the inflow winds itself is
Yeah,
gonna be
that's at 80,
damaging.
85 miles an hour for the inflow winds in front
Dude,
of the
that's
tornado.
yeah, and that's not even a tornado.
Nope.
That's its own technically that's its own tornado.
Yeah, because
And,
it's
and,
it's
and
very
it's literally
strong
nothing.
inflow.
It's literally not. It's literally invisible. It's just winds
Man.
that are
Yeah,
going specifically one
it's
way.
going to be like right when that rain ends on the main base of the supercell. The rain ends, you think you're in the clear, and then you get hit by an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. Because spectrum width is picking up a strong signal on that. It still is. Look at that. It's still picking up on extremely strong inflow in here. And then leading to the actual tornado. Look at that. I do think that CC definitely let up more, but again, that could be just because it's not over anything big to pick up. It looks like it's over mainly a field at the moment. All right, something else for a tornado warning. We'll refresh this so we can see. Observed. PDS. I don't see anything big that's changed, so I don't know what changed on that one. Yeah, it is heading right towards the radar site. You are right. Look at that, Lucky. This has been probably one of the most impressive supercells I've seen for just continuously recycling its own hook, Echo.
Oh, for sure. I'm still shocked that we're still talking about the storm.
What just happened there? It looks like rain just like destroyed the inflow. Well, that would be awesome. I don't know how that happened, but it looks like, see, a bunch of rain just randomly appears in the inflow. We'll see what velocity has here right now. It's still strong, but not nearly as bad. Weird. It's like a storm literally fired on the inflow. Yeah, still tornado on the ground in Texas. So just be in your safe spot there if you are in that tornado warning near and for Marla, Texas. Oh, well, lucky these cell mergers are hauling, and they are probably no more than about 15 minutes away. So I'm hoping this will be the end of this storm when these cell mergers slam it. Then again, who knows? With what this storm does, I wouldn't be surprised if it somehow continues to produce a tornado inside of cell mergers. This thing's been crazy. So hoping that these cell mergers will go in and destroy this inflow. Yeah, still the forward flank of this is still going to be roughly 60, 70 mile an hour winds. It's not up to 80 like it was before. You can see that not only from velocity, but also from spectrum width that is decreased. That is definitely one of the more crazy spectrum widths that I have seen before. Seeing all the spectrum width leading right into a debris ball. For sure, not something you see often, even with intense tornadoes. That is
Yeah.
a extremely classic supercell. Looks like still a CC there. Let's see if velocity matches up. It sure does. So it's still on the ground. It's lofted debris at least 3,000 feet up, but I'm pretty sure one of these scans had it. Yeah, this one was upwards of like 7 to 8,000 feet up. Look at that velocity again, Lucky. It just intensified again. What in the world?
Oh. Wow.
Wow. And this is what 500 0 to 3 kilometer shear looks like.
Yeah. No, that is what it looks like, yo.
Normally, when you have
Exactly
that
what
much
we're seeing.
wind shear, it just shears apart the top of the storm.
No, it got the perfect environment. That's why.
Yep.
Not so much cape, but literally just the right amount. And it's Oklahoma, so lapse rates 5.5, low key good for Oklahoma.
Well, what matters is that the storm is already well defined by the time it gets into those lapse rates. That's what matters. And
That
it
too.
was.
Exactly.
All right, I heard another
Dude.
beep, so let's go see. All right, I think it was this extension of the PDS warning, maybe. Yes, it was. They canceled one observed warning in Texas, canceled one of the PDSs up here in Oklahoma, and just extended the current PDS here in Oklahoma, and it is still an observed PDS tornado warning. Gracious day, man. I'm gonna go to Weatherwise because that gets the scan early. Oh my word. Yo, this looks way crazier on Weatherwise. For velocity. Look at that. Holy crap. Velocity's still crazy. I can't actually see the CC too well. Like, where my cursor is generally where the radar thinks the CC is, but I really can't see it. Honestly, can't even see where that tornado is. Alright, I want to go back down to Texas real quick again.
Kaden, no, literally.
Still an
Oh,
observed tornado north of
Georgie, look.
Wellington. What'd you see?
Get the chat off my screen.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Still on the ground.
Yo, get this chat off my screen. Georgie, I can't. Oh,
Oh,
I
I
can't
don't see
tell.
it clearly on the ground now. That doesn't look like it's on the ground right now.
No, that's not.
Radar indicated in Texas now. I don't think this one in Oklahoma is on the ground right now. We'll have to see the
But yeah,
next radar scan to
it's really
see.
close.
I feel like it's probably occluded. We'll have to see. Yeah, radar has it getting a lot weaker. There's still a CC there, but that might be fallout at this point. Well, Lucky, wait. Who's to say that's the base of the wall cloud? It could be embedded inside of that rain shaft.
Exactly.
So it could actually still be on the ground, and that chaser is just seeing like the edge of the storm. When was the, let's see, 3D scan here? Okay, we got a 3D scan of that. I'm trying to see when we got a really good 3D scan of this, y'all. Pretty good one right here. Let's see. Need to be clear. Let's get rid of some of the orange and then increase the red. Let's greatly increase the red. Get rid of it a little bit more of that orange. Yep, and that is your tornadoes right at the base of that. Right at the base of that. Now, these are old scans, but I just wanted to come back here to take a look at it. All right, let's go forward in time. See the current. Yep, I think it's lifted, Lucky. If not, it's extremely close to lifting. Because that newest scan, the entire inflow just fully fell apart and died.
Yeah, I can't get no visual, just trees.
Stupid trees. North Carolina all over again.
Literally. Yo, I love chasing, but man, do I hate North Carolina trees.
Facts. I really hate them. Them things annoying, man. I need to try to get rid of... Let's see. Can I, like... Trying to get the best visual of this from 3D that we can, y'all. I mean, it's not horrible right there. Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I wish I could shrink it more. Wait, hold on. I could. Nope. Not too bad. Look at that. Holy crap. Hold on, y'all. I am going to see if I can do this. Go back down here and do this. Or would it be this one? Ew, that looks horrible. Alright, now we got to get when this was the strongest. I'm trying to get it when it was the at peak intensity, when we got a velocity scan on it. I think this is the strongest we've got of it. So if we do a decent 3D of this, look at that. I'm gonna screenshot this. I need to update my base velocity color table. That's what I need to do. Because, see, this is base velocity, so. All right, let's go to the current again. Yeah, I think that this has lifted. However, it's probably about to recycle. because I can see inflow starting back up again. But I don't think it has too much longer because there is a lot of cell mergers coming from the south. Thank you, Core Goddess, for becoming an EF1 member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you panicking? I'm pretty sure all this stuff is well off to your northwest. You're fine. Now, tomorrow, yeah, I could see why you're probably panicking for tomorrow. But for now, yeah, you're fine. $30. Oh my goodness.
A high number.
Yeah, I said 1 to 10. She said 30. That is a very high number. You've well broken the charts. Considering how today has surprised us, do you think tomorrow could be bad as well? This isn't... The thing is, this is completely dislocated from the 10 sig tour. I don't think... We might have barely had a tornado warning in the 10 sig tour. Let's see if we did. Okay, so this guy was on the edge of the 10 sig tour when it dropped a tornado. So we probably had one tornado on the edge of the 10 sig tour. However, for tomorrow, anything could happen. I don't really know. Tomorrow could surprise us, but it could also do absolutely nothing, like what we thought today was starting to look like. Until this storm in Oklahoma popped up and exploded. Don't know if this is the same tornado, but we do have a tornado on the ground. Could be the same one or a new one. Right there on the ground to the southeast of Jet in Oklahoma. Severe threat continues for watch issuance 13, with the primary threats being large hail and a tornado or two. New MCD from the Storm Prediction Center a couple minutes ago. And they mainly highlighted this area and this area for the greatest tornado potential. Still see some CC in there. It's hard to see how much of that is the tornado or not, and if it even is still on the ground, because that's spread out a lot more. Very close to the radar, so it's gotten hard to read this thing. But the good news is the cell mergers are right behind this and should be hitting it now. Another beep. Radar indicated warning for Texas, and we should get a new tornado warning very, very soon for this storm, because this is about to leave the warning. I'm shocked we don't already have a tornado warning, because Nash doesn't know that there is a tornado on the ground heading very close to their direction.
Oh, TJ, look at my screen. Look at my screen. Oh yeah, that is a wow.
It's on the ground. Wow.
That is. Look at that. Wow.
Gracious. All right, 7 seconds for the next scan. Really, we really need a tornado warning, like, at this very second. Oh, late scan. I'd give it another 24 seconds. Because this is... I don't think it will hit Nash, but it's going to be pretty close to Nash. Because it's moving roughly to the east-northeast. And this tornado seems to be pretty erratic. So it could go anywhere in here as it moves northeast. Oh, Lucky CC right now. Oh my goodness. Of course, GR2, because you have a terrible one on weather-wise. Can you spot the tornado? You're looking right at the edge of the tornado warning. Yup. That's it. Holy crap. Oh, they
Oh
just
wow.
downgraded it to observed.
Oh wow.
Now, keep in mind, we are right next to the radar site. So, the reason why this CC is huge, it's also in part to the fact that this is indeed a large tornado, but it's also because we're very close to the radar. So, this is scanning right just a couple 100 feet off the ground. Matter of fact, about 250 to 300 feet off the ground. Yeah, it does look like this will avoid Nash. It is going to go more north than Nash. So that's great news if you live in Nash, Oklahoma. There's definitely a few homes out here. It's relatively rural, but unfortunately there is a few homes out here that are at risk of being hit by this likely strong to intense tornado. Look at that. All of that is debris. There's the new scan continuing to the northeast. It's being hit by the cell merge right now. This is our tornado in here. This is a cell merge. And this is our main supercell. So this should not survive much longer. This tornado should be cut off because of that cell merge. That's old debris. I think this is actually old debris in here, y'all. Let's go to weather-wise, because sometimes when... Yeah, sometimes when you have corruption in the middle, weather-wise does a better job at that, but... Not really doing much of a better job in here. Gracious. Lucky, does that chaser still have a visual on it somehow?
No, he got stuck.
Oh,
He got
dang.
his tires got tangled up in power lines.
Dang.
Down power lines, of course.
Wow. So yeah, this thing's probably giant. Lucky, I think we're looking at a 200 plus mile an hour area of rotation right now.
No, no, I think so.
It's hard to say exactly how strong, but it's got to be near 150 to 200, I'd say, is my rough estimate. I'm really hoping that cell merge can get rid of it, but it looks like that cell merge significantly aided in tornado genesis. Thank you for upgrading it back to PDS. So this is now back to a PDS tornado warning. Really good idea, considering it is an ongoing, intense tornado. Holy crap. Haven't seen that signal. Not signal, my bad. That signature. A signature like that. Ever since July of last year. It has been a very long time since I've seen a debris signature like that. Wow. See that CC, Lucky?
Dude, I don't even have to look at it. That from the last scan that I saw, I keep going to the wrong one. Dude,
Wow, look at that, y'all. Likely a giant tornado. Definitely some homes here, unfortunately. Let's see what these are. These look like silos, but you could see a shed or a house here. Doesn't look like a bunch of population, but there's definitely some scattered sheds or houses. I can tell you that's definitely a house and a farmstead up here. And it's going to be heading extremely close to that area. And again, we are looking just north of Nash in Oklahoma, northwest of Nash, Oklahoma, where we have a ginormous debris signature of likely a large and intense tornado that is ongoing.
I'll be right back.
All right. Still a very large debris signature here. Should get a new velocity scan any second. We'll wait and see what that has. Continuing the PDS tornado warning, obviously. All right, go back to GR2 here. This one gets it in 16 seconds. This one already got it. A lot broader rotation. A lot broader rotation. And it is weaker. So I think this merger might eventually help destroy it and help occlude this tornado. Because now it is well embedded inside of all these mergers. But you can see a heck load of debris here. Let me see. Edmond, Oklahoma. Hard to say. For today, yeah, she's perfectly fine today. Most storms will stay to the north and northwest of her. Tomorrow is going to be the day I'd watch. And there's a lot of uncertainty on if storms will form in off that dry line tomorrow in central Oklahoma. We'll really have to wait to see what tomorrow morning shows on our weather balloons and our mesoanalysis and model runs to really depict how high that threat may be. But I don't think much will happen tomorrow in and around OKC. I feel like it would probably be in eastern Oklahoma into southeastern Kansas where I'd be worried about the most. Maybe even to western Arkansas. Breaking velocity all over the place now. This thing's definitely occluded more. The reason why I say that is because it's definitely shifted north. And actually, you know what? Never mind. That is not an occlusion. It's actually because of the cell merge. My bad. The occlusion process hasn't actually fully begun because, well, the tornado's not lifting at the moment from what we've seen on radar. It's actually these cell mergers moving northeast that are pushing the tornado to the northwest. So these cell mergers moving like this push the tornado up to the northwest, and now it's moving almost due northeast. It's going to follow the direction of those cell mergers, which is northeast now. Even more northeast. Okay, there we go. Don't see any notable CC. Fingers crossed this may have lifted. And thankfully, this stuff back here, western Oklahoma into eastern Panhandle of Texas, is dying out. There's our velocity. And by the way, if this was on the ground, it's probably going outside the tornado warning as I speak. That is how much this thing shifted north because of those cell mergers. Still a PDS tornado warning. They shrunk that a lot on the new update. Oh no, never mind. They actually issued a new tornado warning. They issued a new PDS tornado warning further north. Man, that's so cursed. Such a strange evolution. Not even an occlusion process. It's simply because of cell mergers pushing the storm. Oh, I still do see CC there. It's just, I think, a lot lighter at the moment. Look at that. The maximum tilt I can get to, I can still see CC. And that's 5,000 feet up. And the reason why is because we're so close to the radar. Good morning to you, too. Alright, I don't see a clear CC on this next frame. Refresh because the radar's glitching. Yeah, no clear CC. We'll wait for velocity to update. Oh, looking good. Looking good. A lot less well-defined rotation. Very broad, very weak. This could still be on the ground and beginning to lift, but most likely not going to see this survive much longer. We'll get a new meso analysis here shortly. That's what I'm interested in here. I don't think this storm is going to survive too much longer, y'all, because of not only the cell mergers, but also because it is beginning to outrun instability. It should begin to outrun Cape. Looks like the southern one here. Yeah, they expanded that as a severe. I heard a beep, but I don't know what it was for. Oh, the southern one got disextended just a bit. Yeah, this is just an outflow dominant hail core. That's nothing to worry about, tornado-wise. I don't see any well-defined CC drop anymore, so I don't believe this is on the ground at the moment. Still stay in your safe spot, though, because we may still have a tornado ongoing. But based off of radar, it doesn't look like it's on the ground right now. You live, Lucky?
Yeah.
Sweet. Still good velocity, so I mean it could ramp back up at any second again. All right. Yeah, radar indicated back on that warning in Texas. I want to see the meso analysis here for 11:15. Sure as heck didn't plan on doing over 5 hours of coverage today, that's for sure. Thought I'd only be live for 2 hours, then we went on hour 3, and I was like, hey, might as well go a little longer. Lucky's about to join. And then hour 4 happened.
Right.
Hour 4 happened, and oh boy, did it happen quick. That's when our strong tornadoes started to touch down.
Uh,
Yep. What?
uh,
Back on the ground?
no.
Haha.
F.
Yep. Lost all rotation. I mean, there's still like freaking 2 pixels of it, okay? But like, it's pretty much not
Oh,
rotating anymore.
they're back. No audio though.
Um, I mean, there's still some weak rotation, but yeah. Hopefully that is the end.
I really hope so.
Gracious day. Well, that was unexpected. Well, good on the SPC for having a 5 sig today. Look at this, their 5 sig ends right in here too, so definitely verified the 5 sig, that's for sure. The 10 sig, well, I mean, we had one probably, I can't say the intensity of it, one tornado on the northwest side of the 10 sig. So, I mean, really, if it wasn't for this one storm up here, this whole risk wouldn't have verified. And then if it wasn't for this one storm, the whole southern risk of this wouldn't have verified. So, I think we verified in this area in here where these 2 storms have tracked. But like the entire, much of the 10 sig area pointing to the southwest, I don't think verified much at all. Still gonna watch this though, because it could ramp up quickly. They just downgraded to radar indicated on that southern one, and I imagine they'll do the same on the northern one here shortly. Also had 2.25-inch hail today, so risk verified. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
all that talk at the beginning of the live stream saying it was a bust and it's probably going to underperform, well, that's why I told you guys I like to wait until 7 a.m. the day following. Because we went from no tornadoes to 2 observed tornadoes, and then now we had what, like 4 PDS warnings or something? 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5 PDS warnings. So there you go. That's why you don't call it until the next Outlook cycle, which again that begins at 7 a.m. tomorrow. And once that time change happens, it will be 8 a.m. Eastern. So we'll give this a couple more minutes, we'll give it a little while just to make sure that this thing's done, and then we'll look at mesoanalysis, and fingers crossed, call it quits. Hopefully that will be the case. Well, so we had our first extremely impressive supercell of 2026. And it was in a 5 sig in Oklahoma. That was something else. Let me see if I can go find this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on this rough area in here. Just watching it scan by scan, just to see if anything happens. Not seeing anything notable. And then this, I have zero clue what this guy's doing over here. Couldn't tell you. Wow, how long has that been? Was that severe the whole time? Almost the whole time that thing was severe. So that severe thunderstorm watch was well warranted then. Because almost the entire west side of that severe watch, that storm was severe warned. And I'm sure this one's going to continue towards the southeast side of that severe watch and probably stay severe. Let's see. 03Z. Yeah, 03Z HRRR has this dying off at roughly now. Now. HRRR says this storm's going to start dying now. Which I think it is correct. I still wouldn't rule out another tornado or two out of this. Maybe even a strong one. Just because of its history. And because it's still in a semi-decent environment. But really the main thing I'm waiting for is mesoanalysis. What are you up to, Lucky? Fill me in.
Just chilling. Just chilling here.
This dude's watching weather coverage from another streamer.
No, I have your stream pulled up on my other screen.
That's funny. Like he's got distracted from another weather streamer, y'all. This dude's actively live streaming with me, and he's watching another streamer instead of talking on mine.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not talking in this person's stream either. I'm also not on the call with them.
Nah, it's fine. I'm messing with him, chat. I'm not being mean.
No, he's messing with me.
First Supercell 2026? Heck no, we've had plenty. This is just the first long duration, memorable one. Yeah, it still says PDS, but that's not true. There you go. Let's refresh this. I would say it's one of the most... I will say it's, the most memorable so far. I will definitely say that, the most memorable one. We shall see if that gets broken because of an Oklahoma dry line tomorrow or not. Come on, I want to see mesoanalysis. Zero 04Z is what we're waiting for, that mesoanalysis, which should be in the next 7 minutes. Well, the next 6-7 minutes. Right, Lucky?
Yeah.
The next 6-7 minutes we'll get our mesoanalysis.
Yeah, about 6-7 minutes. Yo, I don't know which one yet though. That is yet to be determined.
It's gonna be around there.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get me a drink.
One Mississippi.
All right, give me 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh man. What the heck?
Thank you.
Bro's probably talking to his dog. I'm jealous that Lucky has so many animals. I forgot what he has. I think he has like something like 2 cats, 2 dogs, something like that. Lucky, how many animals you have?
Dog.
Say that again.
And 4 cats and 1 dog.
4 cats, y'all.
And the dog's the bully of the house. That dog will chase the cats, even if the cat's doing nothing.
That is wild.
Like, Man, I like now I see why growing up they said dogs and cats hate each other. It turns out it's true.
I mean, doesn't surprise me, isn't it? The dog that chases the cat all the time
Yeah.
makes sense.
Now wait, mute me again.
Aw, go ahead. It's funny you say that because that's what I was thinking of too. I have 9 cats. Oh my word, Misty.
See, 9 cats? I can't. No, 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 no. See, I said two was enough. Uh, uh,
What?
mute me again.
Bro. Okay, go ahead. What do you do? Yep. Hmm. Watch this little inflow starting up. Watch that. Alright, I'll unmute you. Waiting on that mesoanalysis still, because that's going to give us a big hint as to what this storm could be capable of doing in the future. But I think it's only got about, what, an hour potential left, Lucky? What do you think? Midnight is about the cutoff for this thing? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, probably about an hour, yeah. Max.
I'd like to see the rest of that HRRR one, too. 55% done. Why is mesoanalysis taking so long, bro? The one time I need it to be on time, it's late. It's very impressive high up in tilt, but that's 7,000 feet up, so let's keep that up there, shall we? Keep that up there. Keep that rotation 7,000 feet up. Keep that way up. Don't let that get even close to the surface. Is your mesoanalysis in yet, Lucky?
Let me
Mine is
check.
not. Let's see here.
03?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Zero
that
three is
it?
the old one.
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't have it yet.
Okay.
It's not even doing the 04, 03. So yeah, I think we still got like 5 minutes.
How many pets do I have? E to the I pi plus 1. Forgot what the saying was.
And then another pet is gonna be
0.
arriving soon. Gonna be arriving soon to the house. The pet is I don't even know how to describe the pet. But
I don't know where that tornado warning was from. Mm. I heard a beep somewhere. That's all I know.
uh, yo! Yo, you gotta mute me, because you gotta mute my stream.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Yep. Hold on, y'all. Like he's trying to show me something. Oh my word, bruh. Nah, you're unmuted. Also, we're probably about to get another tornado warning. Well, actually, no, this one's already in a tornado warning. How long left? Oh, I thought that said 4 minutes when I last clicked on it. Never mind. But no, yeah, this is probably going to attempt to produce a tornado here soon. Go ahead and, Lucky, go ahead and call it out. You know you want to. Go ahead.
What?
Go back to the radar and point out what you point out in Oklahoma.
Oh, oh, look at that. That's not good.
YouTube thumbnail right there. Big right arrow pointing right to Oklahoma. Not good.
Not good. Not good, y'all.
Uh, yeah, so we
Yeah,
got
I mean,
a lot of inflow and then some outflow there. So this is probably going to ramp up. I mean, I'd imagine
again,
it will after everything that we've seen here. This will be a test if we still have a good environment.
yeah,
Spoiler alert, I think we do.
yeah. I think we can have a general idea of what Mezzo NASA is about to say.
Yeah, so this is going to go towards Medford and Clyde, north central Oklahoma. Oh, there's that new tornado warning. See, I told you I heard one. I wasn't going crazy. New tornado warning down here. Just north of Eric, Texas. That might be a CC, Lucky. Nah. Nah.
If it is, it's very light.
Nah, that's not a CC. It's in clear air. Although I do think it probably is going to touch down shortly. As long as that reflectivity increases a bit. Did I say Texas? My bad. Northwest of Eric, Oklahoma. The storm's on the border of Texas, Oklahoma. So it's tornado warning is like barely to the west, northwest of Eric, Oklahoma. You got Texas here, Oklahoma here. Yeah, but that couplet's getting tighter, so I do think that this is an imminent tornado threat here. Thankfully, we already have a tornado warning in effect in this area because there was previously a tornadic storm in this area. Yep, they're continuing that tornado warning. No shocker there. They'll probably extend it too. So, yeah, if you're in Medford, get ready to go to your safe spot. Should get a tornado warning within the next couple minutes, and here we go. Strong rotation. Right back to red and rot. Didn't take long at all.
Yeah.
Here we go again. So probably about to get a tornado on the ground right here, moving to the northeast. Gonna go towards Clyde and Medford in north central Oklahoma. So what happened was the merger did happen and it did destroy our original supercell. This is our original supercell that's been producing tornadoes for the last 2 hours. And you could see that merger destroyed it, and it's now up here. Problem was, all these guys all merged together when they hit this storm, and they formed a new supercell. Crazy, crazy process. So we're probably going to see, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a even stronger couplet on the next scan. Man, why is mesoanalysis so late? What the heck?
I was gonna ask if it needs to lock in. I'm trying to see what
Yeah,
this
for
environment's
real,
like.
bro. Still says 03Z. Okay, there we go. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's a big CC drop, Lucky. Yet again.
Uh,
Another strong tornado on the ground.
yeah,
Here comes
yeah.
velocity in 2, 1, 0. Yep. Not extremely tight velocity. Not extremely strong either, but a big CC drop. Definitely a tornado on the ground. We should see this go observed pretty soon. And again, if this does stay on the ground, it's going to be tracking in the general direction of Clyde and Medford, Oklahoma. Roughly between Clyde and Medford. And they're keeping this tornado warning on the north side for 22 more minutes. Or no, for 7 more minutes, rather. But yeah, that should just... Oh, it is for 23 more minutes. My bad. Yeah, they're keeping that tornado warning for 23 more minutes, but there's no rotation up there. So a little surprised they didn't just cancel that. Dang. 130 some mile an hour rotation right there. 130, 140. Definitely a strong tornado.
Catman, you're right.
Yep.
Only takes one storm.
That's what we were worried about today, and that's what we're worried about tomorrow, too. Now, if you live in North Carolina, it only takes one storm. That never happens.
No, it only takes about 57.
Yep.
If that.
And it's actually the case of you're either going to get nothing or you're going to get a big
No,
messy line.
no, sometimes nah, 50 what every 57. No, that's being generous. My bad, y'all. One in every only takes 85.
Gracious, that's a
I
crazy
got
couplet.
I got to one of the one of the 85.
Crazy couplet continues. Right back to PDS. I figured that was coming with that big CC drop, honestly. I figured that was coming. So there you go. We're back to a PDS tornado warning. This means that there is another large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is our sixth PDS tornado warning of the day. That's 6 of them. Probably about to get 7 for going towards Medford here as this continues to the east. So Medford, get ready to go to your safe spot. You're probably going to be put into a PDS or an observed tornado warning.
PDS. Wait. Yeah. Wait.
Medford's not into the PDS yet, but yes, the warning we have is PDS. So strong area of rotation again, producing a large, extremely dangerous tornado. Strong tornado ongoing there. Mesoanalysis is coming in. Finally. Finally. Dude, what the heck? It's still like the same amount of wind shear. We'll give it a bit for it all to
Okay.
load in.
So after further evaluation, guys, I don't know when this is gonna stop.
Well, I mean, it could still be midnight. One can hope.
At this rate, this thing's never gonna end.
It does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. I only think, bro, like we
Might as well
just
just stay live until tomorrow's event starts at this point. It'll take so long for this storm to die out. I'm betting that's a PDS warning continuing east there. Oh, actually, that's back down in Texas. Let's see what happened down there. Wait, was it in Texas? Yeah, what changed? That actually might have just been the continuation of this PDS tornado warning. Never mind. Look at that debris ball. Classic large debris ball right there. It doesn't look like it's going to last too much longer, though, because that main inflow is being disconnected from the other inflow. I don't know. I've seen this before. Two things normally happen. Either this inflow pulls off to the north, weakens, and pulls us with it, and the tornado lifts, or this disconnects from it, and these two strengthen further. Most of the time when you see this disconnecting, it is just going to help the tornado die out, but then there is cases like this where that could help it strengthen. But hopefully we continue to see that disconnecting, and hopefully it does indeed help with an occlusion process. Lofted debris at least 1,500 feet up so far. Right now this is on track to go very close to Clyde. I think Medford is going to be close to... I think Medford is going to be in the clear with this. I think Medford, Oklahoma is going to be in the clear with this. It looks like it's shifting a little north at the moment. Man. No, wait, see what the next scan has here, hopefully in the next minute. So again, tornado is still continuing off to the northeast in Oklahoma. It's still heading to the northeast, likely going to go towards Clyde, northwest of Medford, Oklahoma. I don't know how close it's going to be to Clyde, but I could tell you it's probably going to be a pretty close call if this thing doesn't lift. Still a debris signature there. Still going to the northeast. And we should get a new PDS tornado warning or a confirmed tornado warning within the next minute. If not, this is going to be an unwarned strong tornado. Yep. I can see that CC is visible from your Kansas radar site, your Wichita radar. Holy crap. That intensified even further. Look at that. That is the strongest it's been. So it chose the latter. Remember when I said this either disconnects from it and weakens it and helps it occlude or strengthens it? Well, it's going to strengthen it. Let's see if they chose PDS or observed. PDS. Yep, so they have this going due northeast now, so actually this might go even west of Clyde. Very, very intense tornado right now. Strong to intense tornado. Looks relatively small based on how wide it is on velocity there. See if we can get a semi-decent 3D scan here. There's the base of it. I mean, you can see the mezzo. What you eating?
You can hear it.
Nah, I heard it.
My bad.
I know food when I hear it. There's your mezzo right in there.
The mini M&Ms you gave me.
Yeah, like 3 years ago at this point.
Feels like it.
This dude saves every snack I give him. Holy, that's a very deep CC. That 45%, 40%. Yeah, that's even a deeper CC now. So that CC is still getting larger. Oh my goodness. This might be our strongest tornado yet based off of debris being lofted with height.
Legacy. If no one wants your Cheetos, I'll take some.
Does look like that velocity's weakened, but I doubt it's going to keep on weakening because we have such a large inflow notch. And we have so much wind shear. See, most of the time, and by most of the time, I mean like 99.9% of the time, we do not have storms in this type of environment. Most of the time, the lapse rates are low enough to keep storms from firing. And if storms do fire, the cap is strong enough to kill them before they can grow upscale. So there is a very, very few cases where we have a storm like this in a volatile environment for hours on end. It's very rare. I mean, this thing's been tornado warned for like 3 hours at this point, producing strong tornadoes across its entire path.
Ooh, Legacy. That's underrated. That is really underrated. That is like top 5 for me.
Legacy, I don't think I can eat those. I'm
Dude, no,
horrible with spicy food. I love spicy food, but
dude, no, it's
I'm...
not. It's not spicy.
Oh, it's not?
It's no. It's like
I'm gonna have to
okay
try
to
those
it
when you
to it.
come up here then.
Dude, no, it's like if I say spicy, it's not gonna be spicy. It's gonna have like that like spice, like like season. It's gonna taste like seasoning. It's not gonna be just straight spice. Dude, no, it's put it this way. It's like a quarter of the flaming hot Cheetos.
Oh, okay. I should be fine then.
Yeah, max half.
Well, that storm
Dude,
in
actually, I need
Texas
to go
is
get me
dying
some.
out. I
I'm gonna
ain't
go
got
get me
no
some.
chips. Get me some. Bring some up here. I'll probably
Yeah,
be live by the time you get up here. I'll probably
yeah,
just
that's right.
keep
I'll just stay in
streaming.
the call too.
Might as well, bro.
Right, might as well. I mean, technically, I really actually no, I can't. I'm busy this weekend.
You almost weren't. Bro almost fell for
No,
that.
dude, y'all, you're
One of his friends pranked him and told him that he wasn't coming up this weekend.
yeah.
And he
He's going on
totally
spring break.
bought it.
No, like no, like. See, the thing is with him, you can't tell if he's serious or not. Like, if something happened to him, you're gonna need you're gonna need photo proof or like some type of proof, but not him. He's not trustworthy enough to believe him. It's kind of like what TRG thinks of me.
Yep.
TRG's gotta see what I'm talking about for him to believe it.
You bet ya.
Because actually, I can't even say anything.
There's a lot of becauses for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to mute me real quick? I want to say I want to say it.
Go ahead. Yes, you have, like breaking a chair 3 times in a row. Yeah. That's it. All right. How long are you gonna stay? I know you've had a long day. You're not gonna want to stay long.
No, I don't care. I don't got work tomorrow. Actually, I don't care what time I go to bed tonight. Remember my rule now? I make my bedtime. I can tell you this, it ain't right now. It ain't anytime soon.
Okay, sure. West of the radar.
No,
I'm not really worried about those storms west of the radar.
no, but what I will say is I'm going to sleep early Saturday night because they talking about some that clock's gonna skip an hour. Like what they talking about? No, Haley, no, there is video proof that I did break the chair. I cannot help myself there. There is video proof and photo proof that I broke that chair.
I think the shear is too high on the western storm. Yeah, I say that because it's almost 600. So I think the western storm's got too much spin. But you know what? We
It
might,
doesn't, it doesn't have that much cake.
we probably want to keep an eye on it just in case. But
I mean, it is Oklahoma.
one thing that I think could that is inhibiting it as it's got all this rain and thunderstorm in front of it to take the instability before it gets to an area that would be more favorable for a hook echo.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rain in front of that storm taking up the instability. I think this is getting weaker, but I'm very confident it is still on the ground. Let's go back to 430. Get to 3D. Oof. Look at that. If we can go to this and decrease that just a little bit. Look at that. There you go. That's your tornado. It leads into your tornadoes down in here, which of course radar can't see the actual tornado, but you can at least get the gist of how the storm looks with that. Here, I'll send this to Lucky too. There you go, Lucky.
Wow.
Very
Wow.
impressive.
Wow.
Yep, and I think
Wow.
it is lifting or lifted now. I'm gonna run out of Cheetos.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait to eat these M&Ms too. Like I'm eating them so slow. I mean like two M&Ms at a time, and these are the minis.
Two
I
M&Ms
don't
per
know.
minute.
Hot take, but not really. Mini M&Ms are better than the regular size M&Ms. It's just not really a hot take. I don't know. They taste different and taste better.
I like mini M&Ms more. I don't think that's too much of a hot take. They just taste better somehow.
Cheetos and M&Ms wouldn't go good together. You're right.
All right, let's pull this forward more. Looks a lot weaker, but it still could be on the ground. Not nearly as much CC though. All right, see you later, Lincoln. Thank you for tuning in and get some good rest. Hopefully, I will be able to get some rest here soon too, because my battery is like 5% here. Until Lucky says he wants to play a game after stream, and then it will go back up to like 90.
Yeah.
So if I stay live streaming till 4 a.m., you'll still be up to play.
Uh.
Maybe not that late.
Yeah. Maybe not that late.
Dang. Oh, yep. I still think there could be a weak tornado happening with this. I still believe there's a weak tornado ongoing. Okay, that mesoanalysis is fully in. Oh my goodness. What's gonna stop this storm? Like the HRRR has it dying out here and being like almost non-existent in 20 minutes. But like why? There's not really a good reason for that. There's still plenty of cape, still plenty of shear, plenty of dew points, plenty of moisture, I should say. It just dies. Hmm. Not too sure why. But now we'll have to watch down here for another tornado to form. This thing is just spitting out tornadoes like it's nothing. New tornado warning, southwest Oklahoma. There you go. 1.75-inch hail for the next 32 minutes. Tornado warning also there. The SIN doesn't really increase much. I looked at that. It really doesn't get a whole lot worse. So I guess it's just unfavorable storm mergers and just a lot of storms. Yeah, you could see, look at this. This is trying to ramp up right there. So this is the dying out tornado right here moving to the northeast. This is a new tornado trying to form. Which wouldn't shock me if this is still ongoing north of Clyde. Good night, Lake. Thank you for tuning in. About 20 more seconds before we get another scan here. We'll see what it shows. I'm not going to go too much longer, y'all, honestly. Because I got to have some energy for tomorrow. And I still at least want to talk to Lucky off a stream for like 30 minutes. At least.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could see this is trying to ramp back up again. Huge tops on
No,
satellite. Yeah. Go ahead.
no, I don't know, y'all, if I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, you're
Um,
fine with that.
yeah,
My stream
but
will be pretty
no,
sporadic too.
yeah, just no tier D's got y'all.
Maybe.
Y'all stay tuned and
And
subscribe
no
if you
no
haven't.
promises I won't be sleeping throughout the whole event tomorrow.
No, this is gonna get some good sleep tonight, trust. I don't know how, I'm just trying to predict it.
Well, the good news is tomorrow doesn't look too crazy until the late afternoon hours.
Yeah.
Bad news is there ain't no way I'm sleeping past 11.
All right.
Oh, all the way down,
I,
the
I
radar indicated.
I could not tell you if I cannot tell you what time I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. It low-key
Lucky,
the
what the heck is
varies.
happening? You gotta go look at radar. We've got a dying out tornado. That's obvious. It's now lifted and it's continuing to die. But to the east of that, we've got what was supposed to be the meso handoff, and it's just a blob of rain and rotation. Like, what? And it's, I mean, it's definitely got a little area of rotation to it.
I think that's it. That's its separate thing. That's it trying to like navigate to the handoff. You can literally see it. It's saying it's literally taking its own path. It says, "All right, they're literally passing on the right."
Bro, okay. What the heck? My goodness.
Bro, you can't do that.
I just realized I closed my YouTube chat on YouTube like so long ago. Need to reopen that. Yeah, but like Lucky was saying there, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all. Mainly because I simply just don't know when I'm going to go live tomorrow, so that notification bell, make sure it's set to all because I could go live at any moment tomorrow. We're just really going to wing it. I may do an early afternoon update. For instance, go live roughly near, I don't know, 12:30 or so, and then end at like 1:30 or something, and then when things pop off, get back on. Or I may just skip the early afternoon live stream and then go live later. It just depends on how I feel and what's happened with the trends tomorrow morning. No, if anything, it is actually uptrended a bit. I don't think tomorrow's downtrended one bit. The moisture definitely uptrended. And then the cape kind of remained the same, but yeah, tomorrow looks really good for the potential of all hazards. The only hazard I'm questioning is significant tornadoes. That seems to be on the more conditional side of things due to just a lack of confidence in storms firing along the dry line. You think the dry line could
Yo,
go
T-
crazy? I think it has a very high potential to go crazy. Do I think it will? I don't know. 50-50. What'd you want, Lucky?
Never mind, I was gonna ask you something. Never mind, I'll ask you off stream.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably aren't
It's
going to
not
have to
it,
wait much longer.
yeah, it's not that important. It's low-key a question, but it's about weather, but it's definitely unrelated to what's happening right now.
Do you think we're going to hit 80-degree temperatures?
Nah, bro, I think we already did today.
I think it hit like 74 up here, and it was hot.
It was
It was
it
like,
was hot. Actually, I
holy,
can tell you how hot it got here. Let's see.
74 felt like 90.
It
Forgot how
got
hot 70s are.
Yeah, it got to 80.1 TRG.
Bro,
I mean, look,
80.1.
look at my screen. This is right down. This is literally on my street. Look at this.
Dude,
Y'all, it hit 80
80.1.
degrees, bro. It's only March, bro. That means July is gonna be 110,
At least.
bro. These heat
It
index is
gon'
about to
it
be like
gonna be one.
125.
Yep, 125, 130.
They're gonna be like, all right, so here's a forecast for Arizona. I meant North Carolina. Wait, no, North Carolina, 120.
Yep.
Oh man, nah, man, that's gonna be bad. Like I love summer and all, but I hate the super hot weather because when I get in my car and I touch my seatbelt, that metal touches me. Oh, a seatbelt, like the seatbelt outline gets
That
carved into my
is
skin.
that is very real.
Because man, and them cars be hot.
Yup.
They be hot. Yo, your AC is hot. It's not AC, it's hot.
It's
You're hot,
heat.
you're high, your heat. That's just the weather outside. like like
Look
I
at
love it
this,
and all.
Lucky.
Like I love it and all.
I
No.
caught that. I caught that. Oh man.
Wait, I did.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. All right, well,
Oh.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I said it for sure in about 5 seconds.
No, I think people are going to sleep. Can't lie, I'm
Yeah,
tired, but this cell surprised us all. It surprised me, but I knew it was a possibility. I ain't gonna lie. I knew this
man,
was a
yeah,
possibility.
man. SPC knew what they were doing with that 5% Sig one. They
Only
knew
only
exactly.
thing was the thing that surprised me was the location. I thought this was gonna start in like the eastern panhandle of Texas and track to west central Oklahoma, not start in west central Oklahoma and track to southern Kansas. I thought it was gonna be down in here, not up in here.
Yo, guys, we got actually. Wait? Can I do something in 9 minutes to chat? It's a little activity.
Why?
Not 9 minutes.
For what?
No, you'll see. You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see. It's nothing. It's nothing crazy, but it's I don't know.
Chat,
Not
get ready
crazy.
for everybody to be doxxed. He gonna
What?
dox you all.
No, bro. You want to mute me?
No,
Yo,
go
I
do
look. You
it,
gotta
Joe.
tell
You're
you
gonna run
something.
out of time.
No, 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 no. This is separate. What I
Catman, what are
was
you
thinking.
doing up? All right, go ahead. Sorry, y'all. I'm listening to Lucky. He's doing a huge yap session right now. I don't have a bedtime. Okay, Lucky. Bro, tell me in like 7 minutes. Okay. All right.
I still gotta do my thing in 7 minutes. Trust me, it's gonna be fun.
I think I know what you're gonna do.
Huh?
I know what you're gonna do.
No, no. Actually, I don't think you do.
All
You
right,
want to
y'all.
text this to me?
Well, we're gonna go ahead and start wrapping up. The main thing is 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1.5-inch hail, brief tornado possible here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, brief tornado possible here. That's the main thing for the next hour till about 1 a.m. After 1 a.m., this whole threat is going to be nearly non-existent. And then tomorrow happens, and yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. Big old outlook for severe weather, ginormous 5 sig, 2 sig, 10 sig, the whole shebang tomorrow. We'll see if that dry line initiates. Main area to watch for tornadoes definitely from central Oklahoma to central Arkansas to southwest Missouri to southeastern Kansas. Roughly in this vicinity here. Roughly in there is the main area to watch. They did continue that tornado warning into Kansas, but honestly, that area of rotation is dying out. These storms look to be dying out like the HRRR predicted. They don't look nearly as well defined as before. So, yeah, we are going to wrap it up, get some sleep. I'll be back here eventually tomorrow. Like I said, we might do 2 live streams, an hour briefing in the early afternoon, and then a main stream covering in the evening. Or we may just do a evening live stream. We'll just see how it goes. Let's see. But yeah, I appreciate the mods from on chat. Appreciate everybody for being here. Lucky, if you want to go do the outro, you got 1 minute.
All right, yo. It was good. It was good to chat with y'all again. It was good to be here again. I missed it. I missed it. I had fun tracking, but I didn't have fun watching these tornadoes though. But I had fun tracking. I had fun chatting with y'all. I know TRG enjoys chatting with y'all. Y'all being here. We both greatly appreciate it. If you're new, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the notification bell, share this channel with your friends and family. This man is, I can confidently say I trust this man a lot. There's a lot of streamers out there, and I trust this dude a lot.
Yeah, he comes for me
So
when he needs to know what temperature it's going to be.
yeah, no, I do. No, I don't even check my weather app. I literally will text you, "Hey TRG, what's the forecast?"
All right.
Even though I can do the same thing. But yeah, I love y'all, and I'll see y'all soon. I'll definitely see y'all soon for sure.
Thank you, Lucky.
Whether it's here
Appreciate
or
you.
in the field.
Appreciate you for joining.
Of course, I appreciate it.
All right. I'll talk to you after stream.
All right, man.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. I'll catch you in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you much for on chat. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
See you later, brothers.
Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. Thank you, Mods, for on chat, and I'll see you guys sometime in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.
Goodbye.